never miss the 4 o'clock cue, and it's 4:01, so thank you all for your attention. If we should encounter an emergency situation in this meeting, please exit the building. There's 2 sets of doors off of either side of the lobby there. If for some reason those exits are not available, there is another exit behind council chambers here. Our muster point is located near the gazebo in Lions Park, and if we are if we are evacuated for any reason, we will not re-enter the building until we're given an all clear from administration. Next, I just want to note that this meeting is being recorded. The recording may include your image, voice, or other personal information. The information is collected under the Protection of Privacy Act. If you have any questions about this, please contact the town's Access and Privacy Officer. And next, we will move into the land acknowledgement. Councillor Payne.
In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the rich and intricate histories of the Indigenous peoples, embracing their teachings and finding strength in progressing together. I recognize that this land is situated on Treaty 6 territory and is the traditional home of many Indigenous peoples and the Métis Nation of Alberta. This acknowledgement represents one of our commitments to reconciliation by building connections to those who walk these lands and together forging a path of respect, reciprocity, and truth for generations to come. We strive to learn and grow as a community by embracing the histories and teachings of not just our Indigenous peoples, but all the people in this community.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Next, we will move into open microphone. Open microphone is an opportunity for a resident to express his or her feedback on an issue pertaining to the town. Open microphone is limited to a maximum of 15 minutes, and each speaker is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. After the presentation, members of council will ask only questions for clarification. You will not receive a response or feedback from council immediately after your presentation. Items that require a response will be brought forward at a future date. And council and everyone in the room, we have more signups than we have time for today. But some of this is just a time constraint, so what I'll ask is let's try and get through as many as we can. The briefer each one is, the more chance we will get to the end of the sign-ups. So we'll try and eliminate any duplication or anything that is unnecessary to hopefully hear from everyone that signed up. But once we hit that 15-minute time period, I will check in with council and see what our time looks like, as we do have quite a heavy agenda tonight. So we have a number of sign-ups, and we'll start with Pamela Moore. Welcome. Yes, you are back to back, so your combined time will be up to 10 minutes for that. You have been here before, but I'll just ask if you start with hitting the button on the center of the microphone. The countdown will start. Just wait for the beeping to finish, and once your 5 minutes are up, if you'd like to carry on into the next one, we'll just restart that timer for you. There you are.
Hello, my name is Pamela Moore, and I live at 120 5210 Water's Edge on Lakeshore Drive. I'm here to talk about my concerns around the pedestrian traffic through our community. My concern is for the safety of the people who walk, run, bike, etc. through our property and on the roadway. The easement contract that is in question between the town of Sylvan Lake and Water's Edge is outdated and is no longer applicable to our current situation. The parking lot on the east side of the fence is now owned by the town and not privately owned. The community can easily access the lighthouse, the beach, and the community launch by a number of town paths that go directly to the area in question. So there is no longer a need for the easement. What made sense in 2013 no longer makes sense in 2026. A major concern is that the town has no responsibility for any liability for property damage or bodily injury that may happen on Water's Edge property. The majority of pedestrians walk down the middle of the road or tucked in behind our vehicles parked on our driveways. The vehicle operators and the condo owners are responsible for all injuries or damages to pedestrians, and yet the town has given them permission to walk through this property. One entrance to the roadway from Lakeshore Drive is on a slope, and many people on bikes and scooters come flying down the slope sidewalk and into the middle of the roadway. There is a huge blind spot at that corner of the roadway, and this is where our fence covers the dump station and the garbage. So it's a blind location. there have been numerous near misses where pedestrians have almost been hit by the condo residents driving to their homes. Even if the biker runs into the side of our vehicle, the vehicle operator is at fault. It is important for both the town and the condo owners to be proactive and block off the pedestrian access before someone is seriously injured or killed. People have been given access to a roadway to walk on, not a sidewalk. As you know, you probably have seen, we have a lot of vandalism in our neighborhood. I do realize that there is vandalism around town, but I feel that we are exposed to a much higher rate due to the vast number of people who travel the roadway through our community on a daily basis. In the 6 years we have lived there, we have been robbed 3 times. Water's Edge paved the road and roundabout many years ago and continues to maintain the road with no contribution from the town. I feel that the town should be able to provide a pathway to the community on the east side of the white fence for people to travel on. I don't know of any other subdivision in town that has had to pay for their paths. We pay large taxes to the town each year and we receive little to no services. We have to pay for our own garbage removal, our street cleaning, and our snow removal. So I'm not in favor of paying for more to build a new path. I do not feel it is necessary to build a new path in order to cancel the easement contract that is in place. The community members and visitors now have numerous options to access the lake, to the path, to the lighthouse. One comment at a prior meeting was that the path is required for people in wheelchairs to access the lake. This is not the case at all, as the handicap parking lot is in the parking lot closest to the blue building in the Farmers Market parking lot. Thank you. Just hit it off.
Thank you, yes. And we'll just hit the reset button, so just hang tight 1 second, and then we are happy to hear from you.
Haha, that countdown is always so unnerving. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Wendy DeRosa. I'm an owner and member of the Board of Water's Edge Villas. I'm going to start off by saying this trail access easement was signed March 13th, 2013. This is it right here, the infamous easement that we've all talked about so many times. Sylvan Lake has changed dramatically since then. I've been coming to Sylvan Lake for over 30 years, well, honestly, most of my life, to visit. But in those 13 years, Sylvan Lake has changed hugely. The trail system, the accesses. I used to pull up on the side of the road with my 3 kids and haul out on the curb in front of the lake. And now that's much more well thought out and much more mindful. And we're hoping that same mindset can be applied to our area, which is still back in the days of 2013. We've addressed town council several times on this. I've reached out several times. Frances, Pam has done her own work trying to address this issue. We've spoke at the open mic on June 10th, 2024. We then subsequently did a delegation Wednesday, November 6, 2024. And then I've been in contact with various of the town officials in 2025. We've experienced, well, everybody in Sylvan Lake, and as well as other places, have experienced a lot more tourism in Sylvan Lake since 2020. There's a lot more, I guess, increased population, but there's a lot more tourism here as well. I just looked at the time. We, the residents of Water's Edge Villas, continue to experience the same issues as presented previously. The dramatic increase in costs due to vandalism, the safety issues, and the near misses. I myself last year experienced a very unsettling situation where 5 men were leaning on our car, and they were intoxicated, and it's very unsettling when you have upwards of almost 1,000 people on holiday weekends walking by your property or on your property because it's a roadway and cars have to pass as well. The response that in 24 hours, 875 people on the weekend and 377 on the weekdays through July 18th to 2025 was a part of the town report. These counts we feel are actually on the low side because July 18th through 20th was actually a rainy weekend. There was intermittent heavy rain on July 20th. The 19th was a high of 18 with light rain throughout the day and mist, and the 18th was light rain and mist throughout the day. So those counts we feel are actually higher than just that one weekend presented because it was such the weather was not good. And on holiday weekends, it's much more. The other thing I wanted to address is the condo association paying for the trail. Over the years, we've paid for the cost of the vandalism each year. Our current bill for the cost, just for last year for our fence, we have an estimate sitting right now that needs to be paid is $14,000. This is like unreasonable for us to manage each year. As a condo board, we can only collect so much in dues. Each year, we've paid costs, which have been a lot for us to manage as a board. So this invoice, if you plan to go by, or I would request that you did go by our trail easement because the damage is huge to our fence. So that will have to be paid at $14,000. We appreciate your time. This path is not right, reasonable, or responsible. It's very scary to our residents who've had issues with vandalism, near misses. We appreciate your time today. We just hope that the town council can put their, just really think, and if it was their property, their families, their loved ones being like experiencing these issues, that, you know, something needs to change. And why would we foot the bill for that? We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councillor Johannesson.
So obviously wasn't here when you came before. I can hear the passion in your voice, and obviously this is important to you. Send me an email, and I'd like to come look at it with you. I'd like to see it. I would do that. So send me an email, and I'll come down there. My question is, what has the response been as you've come in here before from the town? Like, what kind of, have you gotten any answers at all?
No, Don has followed up and gotten back to us. A lot of our owners have been very frustrated because there's been times that we've been told that we'd get a response and have continually had to follow up. There's been at times a complete lack of response until we try to readdress it with the council. So, and our residents are very frustrated, and they're very frustrated at the thought that we would actually pay for a town path that should be covered under the municipal taxes. I mean, not only that though, I mean, when we set out and look at the costs that have been associated that we've paid over many years, it's very frustrating to our owners. The bill just for this year, and I can provide the quote that we currently have from one of the suppliers of our fence, it's $14,000. I think it's $13,800 to be exact for this year. There's complete sections gone of our fence. I mean, we just can't foot the bill. I mean, it's hard enough to, I'm president of the condo board, and it's hard enough to manage that budget as it is, to then continually each year pay for the same thing, you know? And the current path, we don't even need the trail easement. At the time it was put in place, that was owned by another company, the water slides. Yeah, and now there's complete access to that, to the Lighthouse Park. So it's not really necessary. And we've had so many issues with vandalism, drunk people lying on the road. I mean, it's just, you get all sorts. We have camera footage that we provided previously of drunk people coming to doors. Like, it's quite aggressive. And it's, you know, it's easy to make a decision based on budgets and say these people should pay or whatever. But when it's your loved ones, when somebody's leaning on your car and it's 5 guys who are intoxicated, it's very unsettling.
Send me an email and we'll meet up and I'll see what I can
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any additional questions? Ms. Phillips?
Councillor Johannesson, this was the one I sent the PowerPoint on last week, and it's on tonight's agenda for a decision, just so you know.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, good. Still send me an email.
Okay,
I'd like
thank
to
you.
come see it, for sure.
Thank you both. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Caper. Welcome. And I will note, as you're coming up, because I know you have the land acknowledgement, we do have a council workshop that we're working on scheduling for this. It will not happen before our next council meeting, but we do have one planned for discussion. And you know the drill. You can wait for the beeps and introduce yourself, then we're happy to hear from you.
My name's Lori Capper. My husband Paul and I have been residents of Sylvan Lake since July of 2021. I'm here to respectfully request that land acknowledgements be discontinued for all town meetings and events. Let's honor all history by not singling out a small percentage of our population. I recognize the contributions of my own ancestors whose knowledge was shared with those who arrived later. I also recognize the contributions that were brought from other places. Sylvan Lake was settled by many heritages. This fact does not diminish the fact that it is Treaty 6 territory and Métis Region 3. Our current life is a gift from all of these people. To single out one small group is unfair and dishonest. It's social posturing that enforces a notion that Natives require white acknowledgement. Natives are fully capable as anyone, and we do not need your affirmation. We should stop the land acknowledgement, thereby acknowledging all of those who came before us. I first presented this on March 10th, 2026, with no response from any town representative. I then repeated this on April 14th, 2026, and asked for a response from each town council member. 1 of the 6 responded with a considerate and thoughtful letter. I encourage all Sylvan Lake citizens who would like to stop the practice of land acknowledgements contact their council members directly to have your voices heard. At this time, I will ask all gallery members here wanting to stop land acknowledgements to please stand. Sometimes a visual works, because these are the people that can make it to these meetings. Mayor Hansen, my direct request to you is that you provide all town policy and all agreements with provincial or federal governments, including dates of implementation relating to land acknowledgements, forwarded to me by or on Tuesday, May 5th, in order for me to prepare for my next presentation. And I do have that request right here for Mayor Hansen. Thank you.
Council, do we have any questions? Council, we've reached the end of our 3. We do have 1, 2, 4 more signups for open microphone on varying topics, from trail systems to city status to easement agreements to petitioning and protesting and tents. Do we have an interest in extending, or shall we cap where our at our procedural bylaw? Councillor Mearns?
I just know we have a delegation that's here to present in a closed session, so I just want to be mindful of their time in presenting, so.
Sure. Councillor Johansson?
Yeah, I think we should hear everybody. It's a good room today, and I think that everyone should be able to speak, and we can stay late if we need to stay late.
Councillor Payne?
In the interest of time, though, I think the issues that have been discussed that are in our agenda, I don't know if we need to keep hearing from the same people over again or the same issue over again. But if there are other issues that need to be addressed, I think we should give the opportunity to address issues that haven't already been addressed.
How would we feel about an extension of 10 more minutes and we can get as far as we can? Is that reasonable, Council? Any objection to that? Great, let's do that. Ms. Spencer, you are next. Welcome, you've seen the drill. If you can just wait for the beeping and then start with an introduction, we're happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Happy fifth coming of spring. I believe it's the fifth spring. As the town of Sylvan Lake is seeing an increased use of motorized devices on our trail systems, I bring forward a concern of the public that the use of the trail and park systems, whether on foot or in riding on one of these e-vehicles. My husband and I are avid users of our trail system, walking our dogs and riding our bikes. We do own pedal-assisted e-bikes ourselves. While it's nice to see people out enjoying our trails, I can say personally, I have already this spring experienced at least 4 near misses due to high speeds with minimum noise of several of these devices, and riders failing to use the on your left or ringing of a bell to signal the passing etiquette. It's difficult for walkers, children, seniors, and even traditional cyclists to anticipate and react in time. That and in walkers with dogs and leashes. Pedal assist or 500-watt e-bikes are governed at 32 kilometers per hour. It's the same for throttled e-bikes, while scooters can have speeds of up to 79 kilometers per hour, and e-dirt bikes can have speeds that can surpass 100 kilometers per hour. Being passed by anyone going even around 20 kilometers per hour can be startling and dangerous when unprepared for them doing so. As I understand under the Alberta Traffic Safety Act, only rental scooters through town or city approved pilots that are moving to permanent programs are legal on most public sidewalks and walkways. Yet we are seeing non-speed restricted e-scooters on the streets, sidewalks, and trails, and they are probably private-owned scooters. It stands to reason with the increase in these types of vehicles being used, there is a direct correlation to increase in injuries to people taking part in these activities. Data being released shows just in 2023 alone in Alberta, there were more than 2,245 e-scooter injuries that required medical attention, varying from sprains, broken wrists and ankles, brain injuries, spinal cord damage, dental trauma, and facial injuries. And we have certainly seen a significant increase in these vehicles on our streets and on our trails since this information was released. Information I wasn't able to find was the data on injuries sustained to people who have been struck by one of these devices, though there was a noted fatality in October of 2024 when a pedestrian was killed by an e-bike on a trail. Further pertaining to e-bikes, which are not street legal, yet they are misused on our sidewalks and pathways, as well as on green spaces. Their weight can be up to 300 kilograms, and that's excluding the rider's weight. Their acceleration, torque, and aggressive trends carve ruts, displace soil, and speed up erosion. Just this past week, I witnessed a couple of these bikes on the little hill between the walking paths on Lakeshore. They were zipping up and down the banks, complete disregard for the area. And we have, of course, witnessed them on numerous green spaces around town as well. Though I have no doubt that in the process of updating the parks bylaw, we will be provided with ample information and data from other communities, I would encourage council to look at what Calgary, Lethbridge, Canmore, as well as Parks Canada have put in place in their parks and pathways bylaws and federal rules. Lastly, I would like to add, there appears to be confusion around which devices are permitted, where they can be used, and of course, how the bylaws are able to be enforced. I acknowledge that when the new bylaws are enacted, there will be clear signage outlining permitted and prohibited uses. Hopefully lots of education, including shared use etiquette and consistent enforcement to ensure compliance. Our trail system is a valuable community asset meant to be safe for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Seeing none. Next, we will move along. Thank you very much, Ms. Spencer. To Phil, who I should know but cannot still pronounce nor read your doctor writing of your last name. Yeah. Phil? There we go. Remind me how to say your last name. Kluchek. I'll tell you, that does not look like a K. That was my starting point that really threw me off.
That's my chicken scratch.
Should have been a doc. All right, you'll see the countdown taking place, and then we're happy to hear from you.
Mayor, Councillor, and all that are attending. My name is Phil Kluchuk. I've lived in Sylvan Lake since 2021 January. First and foremost, I read the paper, which is great. And in it, Sylvan Lake will remain a town. Thank you for making that decision. Thank you for coming together in that choice with additional complications that could come with being a city. I cannot imagine the job that you guys do. I would not want it because I don't know what you do and how you do it and how you keep your sanity. I have thoughts and words that I have come into my life of learning. Seek to understand, be understood, even if you disagree with each other, and that goes for all of us. We all have opinions. Some of us support and some of us don't, but we need to be heard and we need to understand. Coming into agreement for the right reason together is not an easy thing, but we need to not yell and scream and vomit on each other, and that is happening more than it should, and I've seen it, and I think that's disgusting. Sometimes this is for me and for all others of us. We need to take a breath, zip it, lock it, and stick it in my or your pocket. To be honorable to each other, our town, our citizens, our family, our future generations are looking to us for the right decisions, and we need to do what's right for Sylvan Lake. And we as residents need to look out for each other, loving our neighbors, not vomiting on them, and not just complaining. If we have a problem, we need to talk with each other, not just gossip and not just slander on social media. That is not appropriate. And I'm speaking to all of us. If we cannot talk to each other one-on-one or bring somebody else in of a wise advisor, I pray that we will learn how to do so and not just be grumpy pants people, because this is the time that we need to honor one another, seeking to understand, be understood, even if we don't agree with each other, but do the right thing for the right reason. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, also, any questions? Thank you very much. We have reached that time limit. Unless there is a unanimous wish to extend, we will carry on to our next agenda item. Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Sorry,
Councilor Johannesson?
how many more do we have left?
We do still have another page.
I'm uncomfortable not allowing people who showed up here to speak. I don't know, I might be the only one, but it's kind of what we're here for. So I just wanted on the record, I'm uncomfortable. I think we should let them speak. I'm willing to stay an extra 10, 15 minutes if that's what's needed. I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't like it. I think it's wrong. I think they're here, they showed up, and they should be able to speak. I don't think we should be shutting down those voices. So that's my
Let's do a quick round. Councillor Ostindi, I see you.
By the time we discuss, we could have heard one more. My gut feeling is to go ahead at the same time, listening to some more voices. And also, we need to understand our democracy is representative. We have been charged to do this work. And we, as a group, have gone beyond the definition given by our province to listen to the voices. We offer that as an extra bonus in our town, and we have to be careful that it doesn't overtake every meeting either. I'm comfortable just hearing with a few more voices.
Councillor Payne?
If there's an issue that hasn't been addressed yet, I'm fine with that. We could be here for quite a while hearing from the same issues, and I think there's been a very clear opinion on what's been issued so far. Sure. So if there's issues that haven't been discussed.
Yeah, and I was vocal when we made the changes to open microphone before that I wasn't a huge fan of them in the first instance. I think that it's one of the very rare opportunities for people to come and say something. So I'm fine with extending it. I'm not going to see my kids tonight anyway by the looks of it, so let's a couple more minutes.
Councillor Bilodeau?
I'm okay continuing to listen, yep.
Sure. Councillor Mertz?
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Payne. If there's repeat issues, then let's hear from some new items.
Sure.
That's my
Great. With that, we will move along to Francis Ewan. Please correct me on pronunciation as you arrive here, but, sorry? Ewan, thank you. You saw the drill, you'll just see a countdown, and then we are happy to hear from you. It's the button in the center there. If you can just hit the button, right, the round one there. There you are.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Councillor. Thank you very much for extending the time to hear us out. Earlier, you already talked to my colleagues, Pam and Wendy, about the easement restriction, the easement agreement that is in place in our Water's Edge villas. I'm not going to talk too much more about that. The only thing that I want to say is based on a very recent communication from one of your staff, we noticed that during the weekdays in the summer season, they have found about 900, just under 900 people going through our community during the weekends, and about 400 or just under 400 people going through our community over the weekdays. And if you do a quick calculation, you're seeing that it's approximately 90,000 people going through our community. Now, this is a significantly large number that no one ever expected when we signed the agreement. No one ever thought about there will be so much traffic, there will be so much problem that comes with it. Wendy also mentioned the probability of having vehicle damages, people damages, and we also saw some violence in our community. All these things have happened. Something will happen, it's not an if. Something bad will happen in our community if we're not going to address this issue. And when that happens, we will have blood in our hands. Both of us, not just our community. I think the town will have to be involved as well. No one wants to address issues at that time. So I really welcome one of the councillors just now saying that he would like to talk to us, and I would welcome to have more councillors to have an open dialogue with us so that we can talk through this and find a mutually beneficial solution to address this issue. I can guarantee you that we are sometimes direct, but we are always polite, and we are very understanding, we're reasonable, we are very experienced in matters such as this. Please talk to us, please involve us in your decision making. Don't have any decisions made behind the door without us, because that is probably not the best way to resolve an issue. Talk to us. We guarantee that we can come up with a solution that we will be able to mutually satisfy each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Councillor Iwanicki.
I just want a bit of clarity. You said something along the lines of, we never believed it would be this bad, something like that. Are you representing the owners, or are you the developer of the property?
I am one of the board of directors. There's no more developers involved in our community. So the board basically makes the day-to-day management decisions, and I'm one of the few board of directors. And when I said about no one expected 95,000 people going through our community, I think that is probably quite true. When we signed the agreement 10, 15 years ago, no one expected Sylvan Lake to grow this fast, this much, and 95,000 foot traffic through a small corridor of a community is incredible. No one would expect that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will carry on with our final delegation. Mr. McCauley. Oh. Okay, very good. Then we will carry on with the rest of our agenda, Council. Next up, we have adoption of the agenda. Ms. Phillips.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have no additions to the agenda.
Wonderful. Would someone like to make that motion? Thank you, Councillor Mearns.
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Wonderful. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Next, we'll move along to the consent agenda. Council, I'll just give the reminder that any item marked with an asterisk is one recommended by administration to be in the consent agenda. But if you have any extensive questions, comments, or debate you'd like to have on them, please remove them prior to the motion being made. So I'll ask that. Councillor Johansson?
Just have a question of clarification, because I know there's a couple consent agendas, the Parks bylaw, the Safe and Inclusive bylaw. I think Mr. McCauley wanted to speak on one of those. First, I have some concerns with some of the wording in it, but that would be more for second reading, correct?
It certainly could be either, depending on the gravity of it. First reading is to put it on the table to start the discussion, but if there's any major changes, we certainly would want to pull that and start that to give administration the opportunity to edit.
So with the Parks bylaw, I've heard a lot of concerns just today and yesterday actually about
and I'll just jump in. This isn't the time to talk about it. If you want to pull the item, that's just, you'd let us know and we'll take it out and then we'll come address it when we
okay,
get
then
to
I
that.
want to, let's pull that item then.
Sure,
Yeah.
pull the parks. Yeah. Any other requests? I know Councillor Bilodeau, that was also one that you wanted to pull, so that works out well.
That was my intention, was to pull the parks bylaw from consent agenda.
Excellent.
Yeah, sorry, can I?
Sure.
Okay. And I also want to pull the Safe and Inclusive bylaw too.
Sure. Any others, Council? Great. Would someone like to make that motion? Councillor Amaniki, thank you.
I move that the 2026-04-14 regular meeting of council minutes be approved as presented, and that the 2026-04-21 governance priorities meeting of council meeting minutes be approved as presented.
Excellent. Short and sweet on that one today. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Next, Council, we will move into our closed meeting. I believe we have a presentation in there, so Councillor Mearns.
Make a motion the council move to a closed meeting to discuss business interests, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to section 19(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024, CA 1.4, and section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26.
Excellent. Councillor Awaniki, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say about the notice of motion with people. This would be a good way for people.
Oh, yes. I did want to make a note because I did see some misinformation online about discussing a notice of motion around the library later tonight. That is not up for discussion. Our notice of motion process is a councillor introduces us so that we're aware that it's coming, and we discuss 2 weeks from now is the time that we'll be having that discussion. And it's just to allow council to have the time to stew, think on it, understand what that motion is, and ask any questions. So just wanted to let you know, if that's the only item you're hanging on for, you will be sadly disappointed at that point later this evening. Thank you for bringing that up. Councillor Mearns has a motion for us to go into closed session. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Council, we will head to the Luzau room to discuss this item. Thank you. Yes, please bring the package. welcome back. I'm glad, well, I'm not glad anyone left. What a riveting evening to leave for, but I am glad that there are now seats for those that need it. Would someone like to make a motion to bring us back from closed session? Councillor Johannesson.
I move that closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
Wonderful. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Next, we will move into public hearings and delegations. And we have our delegation from RSM Canada, our auditors. For full disclosure, we did also receive a more in-depth presentation on this to make sure we were able to answer all of our questions. And now we are ready to hear the same presentation. Thank you so much at a high level.
Great. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Just going to give a quick financial statement highlight for the 2025 financial statements. We are in a position to issue a clean audit opinion on the 2025 financial statements, so just want to make that clear. Just in terms of sort of financial statement highlights, the town ended the year with cash of about 27.6 million. That's up from about 19.1 million in the prior year. Its net debt position actually improved from 19 million to 8.2 million, so a decrease in net debt of $11 million. The town had an annual operating surplus this year of 13.3 million, compared to about 13.9 million last year. Its accumulated surplus is $235 million, of which about 12.7 of that sits in reserves or is restricted. And then just in terms of cash flow, cash from operations this year was a positive $18.5 million.
Excellent. Thank you for that overview. Council, this is our last opportunity. Do we have any additional questions? Seeing none. Councilor Mertz, the look was looking like you might have one. I'll say thank you very much for all of your time working with our team to get this completed and for both of your presentations tonight.
You're welcome. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yes. And that document, because it wasn't a part of our council package, it is also uploaded and becomes a public document after tonight as well.
I believe we'll actually add it to the agenda online, correct? We can do that? So we'll add it to the agenda so it's readily available, and then that way, once it's also approved, it does go online.
Okay, perfect. That's great.
In both areas.
Let's actually just complete that agenda item, 8A, Council, and then we will take a recess, because although you all just had a break, I want to make sure that Council gets that same moment. So let's move into business item 8A. The audited financial statements. We did just receive that presentation. So really, if there's any additional questions, if not, we can look for a motion from council tonight. Councillor Payne.
I move that council approve the 2025 audited financial statements as presented by RSM Canada LLP, as included in report AIR 1385.
Excellent. Any additional comment or debate, council? Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. With that, council, let's take a 10-minute recess and we will come back at 5:20. Thank you. Under business item 8B, the Water's Edge Villas Trail easement. Mr. Lebsack.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. So as you can see, we've done some background, a little bit of background work there. But the group has already touched on a lot of it, so we will move right over to our discussion portion. Down a couple of paragraphs here. The town respectfully understands the concerns of residents have regarding the trail and the increased traffic it brings to their roadway. As such, the town has taken some actions over the past few years to help mitigate the concerns of the residents. So again, we haven't completely dismissed this concern. Closing the trail access over the winter months, so we have done that. Remove the trail from the appropriate ride area for e-scooters, so any of the orange e-scooters are prohibited from going in there and they actually shut down. Posting some signage stating no e-scooters. And again, the traffic counts. We did complete those that they referenced there. Over the course of the discussions with Water's Edge Villa Condo Board Administration has identified options that could be considered to help address this situation. The options that administration has come up with here are relocating the trail to an alternate location within the old water slide site. So again, I know council had requested or had hoped for a map today, given a few printing challenges that we're having today. I was unable to print anything for you, but what I did bring up is something on the screen that hopefully you can follow my mouse and maybe follow along. So currently we have the sidewalk trail portion that runs along Lakeshore Drive. We also have the trail that's highlighted here around the outside of Lakefront Park, and it goes over to Rotary Lighthouse Park. I'm assuming you can see my mouse? Okay. So, and then we have this portion of the trail which comes down here through Water's Edge Villa and connects up to Lakeshore Drive here. Again, as the residents stated accurately before we owned this parcel of land, there was no access other than to come from Lakeshore Drive all the way down and then access Lakefront Park over that way. With the purchase of this property, we don't have an actual, what administration's concern is, or certainly from Parks and Protective Services concern is, we don't have an access except for walking through a parking lot. And although we can say, certainly they can come along Lakeshore Drive, go all the way down here, and then access the trail system this way, we know that human nature is that people don't do that. So from basically a safety perspective, from a parks perspective, we recommend that a trail gets put along right where this parking row of parking is. We would take that out, put a trail in there, come through this grass area, connect up to Lakeshore Drive. That's when we're talking about what administration's proposal is for putting a trail in. That's what we're talking about. So losing this row of parking here and then putting a paved trail in that connects up to Lakeshore Drive, because again, from our perspective of administration, we don't believe that people are going to walk around the whole parking lot to get down there. They're going to walk through the parking lot. And from a safety perspective, that's not something that we like to promote as part of the trail system. We always try and promote more of a dedicated route for pedestrians and for bicyclists. So that kind of, I can open it up to any questions there if you're wondering about what our proposal is. That was the best I could do at short notice to get you a map. And that's an alternate location within the old water slide site. Another option is remove the trail without replacing it, and again, requiring pedestrians to either walk all the way around or cut through the parking lot. Continue with the easement, trail easement through Water's Edge condo unit, which is status quo. I know we had a couple more here. Remove the trail without replacing it, and continue with the trail easement until redevelopment takes place on the old water slide site, and we can incorporate the new public access in at that time. So something else that we've always talked about was once this piece of property, if and when this piece of property develops, the requirement would then be to include a trail system somewhere from this, west edge of the property, somewhere in through, depending on how it develops, what the development looks like, but it would be requirement of the developer to put the trail system in then. I believe that covers most of my report. One thing, so the other part of our recommendation here, which would be that the condo associations cover the development expenses, and we've estimated it not to exceed $50,000. So we've used our typical per meter trail development. That happens in all other parts of the community. This portion here has a good base on it, so we've reduced the amount a little bit there. This portion we would have to go right from base up, and we would put in a paved trail system through there, as well as along this edge. We would like to, we'd either pour a curb, a pin-on curb, or we'd do some other kind of delineation there, just because there's a drive lane right next to it. We don't want a trail with a drive lane right adjacent to each other without any type of a barrier. So we'd either do a pin-on curb, or we'd do some kind of a bollard system, just to delineate that traffic system. So again, I think that covers most of the report there. As you can see there, the recommendation from administration is that the recommendation is that council approve the relocation of the trail as per the report, require the condo association to cover the development expenses not to exceed $50,000, and with that, we would remove the easement from the property.
Thank you. Council, we'll start with questions. Councilor Mearns, Awaniki, Payne, myself. Go ahead.
Mr. Lebsack, the fence, is that part of the easement that's part of the condo association, or is that town? Does that fence belong to the town?
That's right. The white fence that continues to be vandalized is on condo property.
Councilor Awaniki.
What's the likelihood, I'm going to ask for some assumptions here, which I'm not typically that much in love with, but let's assume the trail gets replaced, right? So the easement gets rid of, we have a new trail system there. What's the likelihood if we do redevelop that land 2 years from now that that's just all going to get ripped up and redone anyway?
Yeah, so my assumption, again, if we're looking at assumptions, is that whatever development goes in there would not keep that trail in the same location that we're proposing right now. Anything that we've seen in the past from any developers that have put any interest in it have more development along that edge, and then the trail system would actually shift more into the middle of what's the current existing parking lot right now.
Thank you. Councilor Payne.
So the original agreement was that the developer would pay for the trail. That's correct, right? Okay. At the time of the original agreement, we didn't own this land. Is that also correct? So there was no access to the lighthouse other than the alley, Water's Edge's alley, which is where the trail is. But now that there is access, to me it doesn't make sense. It hasn't made sense since we've started having this conversation that people would be walking down the alley when the access is simply through the parking lot. So I don't have a problem with having people have to walk down the sidewalk and walk the trail system. I do have a problem with people walking through a parking lot. Children walking through a parking lot, it's asking for trouble. I also have an issue with walking down the alley because I think it's just as troublesome. So I think that listening to the conversation for the last year or so, it makes sense that we sit down and figure out how to make this work. But going back to the original agreement with the developer paying for the trail, I think that now that the land is owned by the town, we need to sit down and have a different conversation about that. It needs to be a conversation that makes more sense, since there is multiple opportunities now, multiple things.
And Councillor Payne, I'll just get you to hop to if you've got a question, because we'll get into debate here. We do have some other questions first. So.
Let's get the motion on so we can have that conversation though.
Sure. Let's finish our round of questions and then I'll go straight to you for that, if that's okay. I have a couple. One is, what is standard practice? This might be a Ms. Devlin question. In other development areas, do the developers pay for their trail system in those any other new development area in town, or is that something the town is responsible for typically?
Correct. So standard practice is the developer pays for trail systems and parks as they develop. and then the town will take it over for maintenance afterwards.
Once it's developed. Thank you. Curious why the cost has changed so substantially. The last time we saw this back, it was well over 100,000, was my memory, because of some issues with the culvert there. Tell me more about why that's changed.
Yes, Your Worship. So I can't scroll in close enough, but so this would be the fence line, the gray that you can see there. Right immediately next to it is an open ditch, a drainage ditch. And our previous discussion was to put a stormwater system in there and then build a trail on top of the stormwater system. We've since decided that is not really a feasible option anyway, regardless of price. Just the option of the stormwater system with the drainage there is really not feasible as part of our stormwater management plan. So we're leaving the drainage ditch where it is, maintaining that existing portion, and that's why the proposed trail would actually go in that parking lane that is there. The previous one was on top of the drainage ditch, the parking lane would stay. Now we're saying leave the drainage ditch the way it is, utilize the parking lane.
Thank you. And the 12 additional parking spaces that would be lost, what would we anticipate the annual revenue to be?
I haven't done that exact math, but it's probably somewhere around the $4,000 to $5,000.
Okay. And my very last question, sorry guys, I came with a list. If there was development on the site or we no longer owned it, during the period of development, how would people get there? I would assume they would lose access if we moved over to this, this new proposal for that period of time. What would we do in the interim so that during the 2 years of construction of a project on there, because we know long-term this will not remain a parking lot, how would people get to the lighthouse?
So again, just making an assumption, once construction starts on that location, then it's going to become a construction zone, and fencing it off and not allowing public access through there is much, much easier. They are going to walk around, towards the trail system and come down by the pier or come down on the edge of the parking lot area somewhere to access the trail system. And that's much easier when it's a construction zone. When it's simply a parking lot, people just take the opportunity to cut through the parking lot.
That's fair. Thank you. Council, any additional questions? Councillor Ostindi.
Just a question. From my time on the committee that rebuilt the lighthouse, we weren't involved in the town's discussion with the developer. But I do recall that there was quite a bit of compromise made in terms of the easement from that piece allowed the developer to produce much more value on their land. In other words, sell more units and make more money and more residents on that land. But there was some kind of land transfer, as I understand it, somehow to do with, I believe, the turnaround that would have been on parkland. So there was a give and take between the town and the developer. It wasn't just a suck it up, you've got an easement to deal with. It was there was compromise there. And I do remember also one detail, something about the electrical feed to the lighthouse was a negotiation with the developer as well. And I'm just trying to remember, what did the town give up to get this easement?
Essentially, I'm not privy to all the old, or can't remember all the old negotiations that went on there, but essentially what happened was, as part of a development, as everyone knows, they're required to give up 10% for municipal reserve. As part of this development, of course, we looked at the Lighthouse Park area and thought that would be excellent for a municipal reserve, provided the developer with the option they can either keep it and pay the 10% in cash, or they could provide us with that portion of land, which then was segregated from all other public access. So part of the negotiations was they gave us that land, which is now Lighthouse Park, as part of the MR contribution, and we negotiated with them the access, current access easement, because that was the only way to access a public piece of land. So that's kind of how that whole agreement rolled together. As far as the turnaround bulb on there, that is emergency access only, is what it's supposed to be. And you're right, you're correct, it is on town land. So again, you can't see real well, but as per my mouse here, the condo association land ends somewhere about there near the end of the condo unit, and then this is all municipal parkland there, and it's emergency access only.
Unfortunately, I've seen people park there, but, yeah.
Correct.
I knew there was something to do with that cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Given up by the town.
No further questions, Councillor Payne?
Okay, so let's get the motion on the floors. So I move that council approve the relocation of the trail as per report AR 1394. Remove the easement on the condo property and require the condo association to cover the development expenses not to exceed $50,000. So that being the motion, I do agree that the trail needs to be outside the easement. I do agree that it makes the most sense safety-wise. I don't like the idea of kids walking through a busy parking lot. I also don't like the idea, though, of kids walking down an alleyway. So I do think that the original conversation, the original agreement with the developer needs to stand. That if the developer agreed to pay for the trail to be built, then that original agreement needs to be understood, needs to be upheld. So with that being said, rather than have this conversation, have this be a decision that's made, I think with it being now town property as opposed to being private property in the past, I think we need to sit down and have a conversation to see what we can come to. I think imposing this decision now, knowing that there's two sides that really need to sit and figure this out, I don't think is the right thing. So I'm more of the mind that I do agree with the motion, but I think we need to table it until we can have a conversation with all the parties involved to see what we can come to, what agreement we can come to going forward.
Councillor Hannison.
Yeah, I think I would echo that. I mean, listening to the ladies and the gentleman who spoke about this earlier this evening, the gentleman made it really clear that he would appreciate if we did this with them as well. And I think that's the way to go. I'm not comfortable making a decision on who pays for what at this time. I would like to learn more, and as I said to them earlier, I would like to come down with them and see it myself. The map is, I can't visualize things as well when I look at that map, so I would like to go down there myself, and I would encourage council to do that as well, and just see it and listen to their concerns and have them be a part of this as well. This is clearly important to them, and if it's important to them, it's important to me. I appreciate people that speak with passion, and so I would like to, as a whole council, it would be great if we could go down there with them and talk to them and with Mr. Lebsack too, or Parks, and figure out and see it and figure out what they need from us and how we can come to a good agreement to make the change that is needed down there. And that's where I would be today. I think that would be the respectful thing to do, and the right thing to do is really have them be a part of this, as they're way more knowledgeable about this than I am. I'm reading about this for the first time today, or yesterday, I guess, the agenda. So that's where I would be. I'd be uncomfortable making a decision today. I would like to sit down with the parties involved and learn more about this to make the correct decision.
Sure. Councillor Mearns.
Mr. Lebsack, delaying any type of decision, what does that do in consultation and everything else with having something ready for our busy summer season? Is there some urgency there or not?
Through the chair, I don't know that delaying for a couple of weeks would make any difference. To be honest, I'm rather hesitant to think that we would get a trail built in there before summer happens anyway. It'll be sometime this year, but it'll depend on contractors. And I can't guarantee that it would be in before, say, the end of June anyway. So I don't believe that delaying for 2 weeks would really make much of an impact.
Sure.
I concur with Councillor Payne and Councillor Johannesson, but I'm not opposed to exploring some options with our paid parking. We've expanded it this year quite significantly. So, there is we're going to end up with a surplus at the end of this year. quite a bit more than what we're used to, so I'm not opposed to having conversations of what that might look like with our paid parking program, covering some costs or all the costs. So,
Councillor Ostindi.
I was thinking about the fact that right now it's public land, but we had no intentions in previous conversations of owning it. So one question I have in my own mind to think about in any solution that's made is that, are we just giving an easement problem to another property owner? Because eventually we anticipate this to be private land, and we're moving a trail onto another piece of, next to another property owner. So that's somehow in the solution that we find, it can't be affecting, well, we took it off of your plate and then we're going to throw it onto someone else's plate. So that solution has to speak to that. And in some ways we could say, oh, but a deal's a deal. But I've heard the comments and I echo them too, is that, and one of the speakers earlier tonight talked about, you know, nobody anticipated it's going to be this busy. So we need to look more into the future and say, what's our long-term solution, and build that once. And I think there's compromise that has to be made because things have changed. I want to honor that. But we have to keep thinking like that because, you know, people talk about this province being 10 million people. And what do we think it's going to look like in one generation's time? And if we were building around a lake to the modern standard, none of us would be within 100 feet of that lake. But unfortunately, we have historical property rights and we're thrown these dilemmas, and there's going to be more and more people visiting us over the years, and it's not going to all happen tomorrow, but slow change, quick change is going to put us in more dilemmas. And so I think our solution has to be super far-reaching, and I'll make one more point. The trail might cost $50,000, and I hate to have it ripped up 2 years from now, but the trail is actually not the main cost for the town. There's lost tax revenues when you give away a piece of land. And we deferred taking free land from a company not that long ago because we said, that's $500 of taxes every year. And this one's going to have a lot higher price tag than 500 when you take away a piece of land and take it out of private use. So this property's value changes too. And that's worth tens of thousands of dollars compounded for year after year after year. So final point is we need to find some compromise. I'm comfortable with the idea of us putting some skin in the game. I don't like driving by and seeing someone's fence wrecked all the time, and that's what we're looking at right now. And those kind of things have to improve. Maybe we can be part of that good neighbor as public and work with the land that we do own right now.
Any additional comments? Councillor Bilodeau.
I would like to say that I know this area well. I often launch down at that park with my kayak. I've seen a lot of people walking and biking through there. I was shocked at the photos in our package of, you know, the chaos and hearing of the chaos, and I understand it and I'm sympathetic towards it. So I wholly support giving this community their safety. And I think we need to do that, but I don't think we figured out how to do it. I'm a local. I think that I can very easily get to that area to launch or to get to the park. I'm not worried about going through the parking lot. I'm gonna stick to the sidewalk. I might have to take a longer route, but that's not gonna hurt me any. But you know, we're talking about a lot of money, and why should we spend that money if potentially in a year or two, we're just ripping it up? So I just don't, in the package, I just don't think that we're capturing the right alternatives, but I do fully support closing this easement off and finding an alternate route. Do we spend a lot of money? And then the big question is, whose money are we spending? So I like what Councillor Ostindi just said about, you know, we've got to look a little bit further at, because we're giving up rights to the land. So I really just think we need to have more discussions. That's a given. But I do want to say, I think we need to make this happen because the needs of the Water's Edge community in 2013 and are much different now with us owning that land. And that land is wide open. You can get across. You don't need to go down there. Paved pathway, it's nice, but it has caused chaos. And with the amount of people that we have in Sylvan in the summer, it's a hazard. So I support closing that, yep.
So I'm hearing some additional information, although I'm not sure we've been super clear on what that is, and potential of a walk. And not that council has incredibly flexible schedules and loads of free days, so it will never work from all, but I'll just throw out the thought that there's also some big things happening on Centennial Street, and maybe a potential council stroll from the office down Centennial to just see in person those challenges over to this area might have value. Because it's been a while since we've done that, and we could maybe capture both of those challenges. The goal is never that one counselor gets information above others, so doing that together is always preferable so that we're not coming in with different information. So, Ms. Phillips, are the things that we're asking possible?
Yes, I'm sure we can coordinate a time. We'll get Ms. Gray to find some time in everyone's schedule, and like you said, it may not work for everyone. I've heard a little bit around just removing as well, and whether or not we want those costs, especially when we may have to remove the trail. I thought maybe, would you like us to also reach out to legal regarding the liability side of that? I mean, we have concerns of the safety, so if we say, hey, we're removing this trail and not replacing it, does that increase our liability from an insurance perspective? I know safety-wise we're concerned staff-wise, right? But if there's other trails, I thought it might be worth us reaching out to legal, if you'd like.
Absolutely. I think the more information we come back with, the better.
And then the idea being we'd add it back to this agenda?
Yeah, I think that would make sense. We'll need to bring it back here for final decision, but if we could schedule a walk before then, that would be helpful. Okay. Councillor Payne, you have a thought?
Well, just going back to my original thought that I think we should table this. As I said earlier, I do still agree with the original assertion, and I think the perspective seems to be around the horseshoe that we know the trail needs to happen. How the trail happens and what that needs to look like is something that needs to be discussed and negotiated. So I think the appropriate thing is to table this until the next council meeting.
Sure. And I would even extend the next council meeting is likely too soon, knowing how our council schedules work. So we may want to extend that a little bit further. But would you like to make that move? Oh, Councillor Awaniki.
And I could just point out, I've walked that trail like 30 times, so don't worry about me for scheduling or anything like that. Because my schedule is a disaster.
Ms. Phillips.
There was comments around speaking with the Water's Edge group. Would that be an invite to this walk or more as a delegation to speak again? Or what is your thought there?
Councillor Payne, you have a...
I think I would rather leave that with administration, to be completely honest. I don't know if we are the ones that should be having that conversation. I do think that familiarizing yourself with the situation is appropriate, but when it comes to the negotiation of what happens and how it happens, that needs to be administration. That's not council's responsibility.
Thank you, and that is the proper process, but...
Thank you. Councillor Payne, would you like to make that motion to, I'm just gonna pull up my calendar and give a suggestion.
Are you thinking 4 weeks from now?
Table to the May 26th meeting, is that reasonable?
Sure. Okay, then I move to table the proposed resolution to the May 26th regular meeting of council.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you, council. All right, we will move along to the 2026-27 RCMP Community Priorities Plan. Mr. Lebsack.
All right, Your Worship and Council, you're stuck with me again as Staff Sergeant Peaton was unable to come today. So I know we've discussed this a little bit before. We don't need to go through the background on how the annual performance plan has changed now to the Community Priorities Plan starting this year. And we have brought this back to Council once, got some feedback. took it back to Staff Sergeant Peden. He utilized that feedback as well as had a conversation with the other municipalities, because you'll see in the document that everyone within the detachment area is included in this. However, we're all broken out individually. So you'll see a number of different things in there, but they are listed by community. So I will just quickly run through those. The 5 priorities for Sylvan Lake. Luckily, they are the first ones in the document. So Sylvan Lake crime reduction, offender management. Again, this is the Lighthouse program that we've talked about many times. So if you need more information on that, let me know, but that's the Lighthouse program. Crime reduction, property crime is the second one. Search warrants, which again moves more basically into criminal code items, but certainly more into higher impact crime within the community. Traffic safety there. And then the 5th one, which is something specifically that came from council, is youth and community engagement. And so those are the 5 priorities they've talked about specifically for Sylvan Lake. And again, then it moves on to the other communities within their detachment area. So this is what Staff Sergeant Peden has supplied to us as the document to be accepted. And then, of course, the timeline would be then that the mayor signs this, Staff Sergeant Peden signs this, and it gets submitted up to K Division for approval.
That's great. Thanks. We'll start with any questions, Council. Someone like to make a motion? Councillor Ostindi.
I move that Council approve the 2026-27 RCMP Community Priorities Plan as presented in report, AIR 1393.
Excellent. Seeing no hands up, I'll start with just the comment. My only additional request was that annual resident engagement plan, and I'm wondering where that fits and when council will see that.
I will get something written from him. I know it was something that was more unique just to our community, so it was having a little bit more time constraints in getting it put together, but I'll remind him that it needs to be submitted in writing to council, and we'll circulate that here as soon as we get it from him.
Please, thank you. And what I really am specifically looking for is those specific dates so that we can let residents know in advance when those engagement opportunities will take place. So, thank you for that follow-up. Appreciate it. And we did have that. I don't believe we need a motion for that portion because that was a motion within our last discussion on this. Any additional questions or comments, council? Great. We have a motion on the floor with Councillor Ostindi. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. More Mr. Lebsack. Bogato Park Phase 4, pickleball. Oh, Mr. Tooney.
I'm going to invite up Mr. Tooney.
Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Happy to be here and we'll get a break from Mr. Lebsack for a second and get to hear from me. So the first thing I'm here for tonight is to request council's approval to award the tender for Bogato Park Phase 4 pickleball courts. As you're well aware, the pickleball courts are part of this development, and we've had some very good discussions and information that we've collected from the Pickleball Association in town here, and just wanted to mention that there are a few of them here in the gallery tonight to support this. So on February the 10th, 2026, a request for tender was posted to the town's procurement website, and a notice was posted to the Alberta Purchasing Connection website. Administration also advertised the RFT in the Sylvan Lake News. 18 vendors downloaded the documents that were posted. The request for tender closed on March the 5th, 2026, with 3 sealed bids received on or before the closing deadline. The 3 proponents who submitted bids are listed in the report. The town's consultant, 818 Studio, reviewed and scored the selections out of 100 points based on the criteria listed in the document. Border Paving Limited had the best overall score based on the evaluation criteria above and a price of $590,282.70 excluding the GST. The town's consultant recommends that the town award the contract to Border Paving Limited. The capital budget for Phase 4 is sufficiently funded for this tender. There are 3 options tonight that are proposed for Council's consideration, and administration recommends option 1. Administration respectfully proposes the following motion. The Council approves report AIR 1390 to award the tender for Pogattle Park Phase 4 pickleball courts to Border Paving Limited for an amount not to exceed $595,000 exclusive of GST.
Wonderful. We'll start with questions, Council. Councillor McGee, do you have one? Thank you.
I might be overstepping, but because it's going to spill over into the next point as well, but where are we sitting as far as the overall budgeting for the project? Are there any concerns that we're going to start running into the cap there?
Through the chair. Currently, we are experiencing some additional costs just with the world economies and everything that's happening. So we are seeing some higher pricing. We are working very strategically to try and provide the product that we need to provide, and reducing scopes to accommodate that. Right now, various things such as landscaping outside of the amenity, we're putting on hold for the time being so that we can get the amenity that we need. As well as we are trying to stick very closely to the budgets that we brought forward back in November, and trying to be cognizant of what we still have left out to tender, and making sure there's enough money to also provide those scopes of work that need to be completed as well.
Councillor Cindy.
A question that kind of applies to any particular tender that we're giving. Some reports do include the range of bids that come in, or speak out about the point range as well, because that is more critical, or as critical as the final dollar figure. But I appreciate when that information is included in. Do you happen to know off the top what the range was on this particular tender? Or roughly, I'm not talking to the cent or anything like that.
So Border Paving, they had the best score, but they also did provide the most cost-effective submittal. The high range on what was tendered was around, don't quote me, but I want to say around the $800,000 mark. So we're doing what we can to provide that service for the best cost to the taxpayer.
Thank you. Couple of questions. One also spills into the next, but on other phases of Pogattle, there's been a user group contribution, and I know the pickleball group was getting together and starting to have some conversations on this. And same question when we get to the next one: is there a user group contribution on these portions of the park?
Yeah, so your worship, we are working with pickleball as well as some other user groups, football, soccer, those kinds of things, in the next item in terms of user group contributions. And what we're looking at right now, certainly with pickleball, is more of a possible cash contribution, but more of an in-kind or an additional contribution. So as Mr. Tooney stated, we're trying to not reduce the scope, but maintain the scope as tight as possible on some of these things, which means they might not get little extras that they had hoped for. And so what we're looking at is any of those little extras would be things that the user groups could contribute to and enhance just the very baseline facility that we're providing. So we're still in negotiations with them, but definitely we're working with all the user groups for that, and certainly based on the fact that we've done that in the past in not only the Next Source, but also in Pogattle Park. Yeah.
Thank you. Please keep us in the loop on that. That's always interesting. And then also just a question/communications request. When I go to the Engage Sylvan Lake page on Pogattle Park, the last news feed entry was in 2024. So with some work happening, it would be great to have some updated project information, because that's the place that we direct residents for information on it. Any additional questions? All right, would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Bilodeau, go ahead.
I figured now is the time to ask. I asked this question of staff when we had our bus tour at the very beginning for new council, talking about the pickleball courts specifically. Were they designed for, I think, 6 courts this phase? Is it 6?
Through the chair, yes, we are planning to construct 6 pickleball courts in this phase, yes.
And my question is, do we have room to expand that in the future, whether it is in another area? Because it was brought to my attention that a big moneymaker is pickleball tournaments, bringing a lot of revenue to town, but you can't hold a tournament with just 6 pickleball courts. So, okay, and that's all I want to know is that we have room somewhere, whether it's in this phase or another phase, to add additional pickleball courts, because we know it's a very well-played game.
Sure.
Can we just get a verbalization of that, just for anyone who's watching? I just saw a lot of head nodding.
Sure, yes, we do have room. We have additional space in the current location. We could probably add at least another 2 courts there. Also, we'll call it the road, right across the road where we had originally designed in some beach volleyball courts. Those will not be included in the final design, and there's room there for additional pickleball courts as well. So within the same vicinity, we wouldn't even have to go to a separate part of the park.
Thank you. Any additional? Great. Would someone like to make a motion? Councilor Mearns.
Make a motion that council approves report AIR 1390 to award the tender for Pogettle Park Phase 4 pickleball courts to Border Paving Limited for an amount not to exceed $595,000 exclusive of GST.
Excellent. Final call for debate, council. Seeing none, all those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we will move along to the multi-purpose field. Oh. Well, thank you. We're excited too. And now to multi-purpose fields.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of this report is to request Council's approval to award the tender for Pogettle Park Phase 4 multi-purpose field. On March the 9th, 2026, the request for tender was posted on the town's procurement website, and a notice was posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connection website. The opportunity was also advertised in the Sylvan Lake News. Vendors were required to download the RFT documents exclusively from the town's procurement website, and 22 vendors did so. The request for tender closed on April 2nd with 5 sealed bids on or before the closing deadline. The 5 proponents are listed in the report. The town's consultant, A18 Studio, once again reviewed and scored the selections out of 100 points based on the criteria in the document. Delta Valley Landscaping had the best overall score based on the evaluation criteria above and a price of $3,739,027.72, excluding the GST. The town's consultant recommends that the town award the contract to Delta Valley Landscaping. As noted previously, the budget is sufficiently funded for this tender as well. Again, there are 3 options listed for council's consideration, and administration respectfully recommends option 1. Administration respectfully proposes the following motion. The council approves report AIR 1389 to award the tender for Pogettle Park Phase 4 multipurpose field to Delta Valley Landscaping for an amount not to exceed $3,750,000 exclusive of GST.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Oosthuizen.
Similar to the last time, just the range of pricing that occurred in this bidding process. Approximate.
Yeah, once again, don't quote me, but once again, we're trying to be very strategic with our funds, but the high bid for the tender was over $6 million. I don't have the specific, but it was over $6 million. So there was quite a range on the pricing submitted and the proponent we're awarding the scope for.
Sure, follow-up question.
More just, and I noticed in the scoring that, 30 points are given to experience and technical capability. And the more technical the field, the more you want to weigh on that. So, you know, even though I asked price, I just want it to be known that I'm more than comfortable going for higher than the lowest bid. And that's not why I asked these questions. It's very important that we build quality.
Yeah, or sorry
No,
to interrupt,
please.
but through the chair, one of the things that we did look at on this project in specifically was the initial tender results. Delta Valley was not the low bid. So we actually looked at the bids, and we're still getting a really great product, but there were some opportunity areas to realize some cost savings. So that's why the dollar value here is slightly different than the bids that were there. And to your point, yes, we scored it the way we did because we really wanted the right people in doing the job. It is high dollar value, but it is a very niche market. And all the proponents that we had submit tenders do have some experience, but Delta in their submittal had very notable experience, and all of their experience that they submitted was on many different fields within the last 5 years.
That's great. Councillor Payne.
I'd like to make a motion and speak to it.
I thought you'd be the one that would start this.
I move that council approves report AR 1389 to award the tender for Bogato Park Phase 4 multi-purpose field to Delta Valley Landscaping for an amount not to exceed $3,750,000 exclusive of the GST. One comment, 15 years ago, when we originally investigated this, it was the same price at that point. Like it really hasn't changed price. I think as technology has improved, because these fields today, having been on them quite a bit, not as much as Councillor Johannesson, he's fallen on many of these, but I think the technology is phenomenal. One thing I'd just like to mention, kind of on the side, if we could get cricket fields drawn on, it would be wonderful.
Are you taking up a new sport, Councillor?
No, he does not play cricket. He doesn't, stop. What cricket?
I've played cricket for a long time.
You have not.
Would you like me to, we'll talk.
Okay.
All right. Did you formally make that? You did make that motion.
I did make the
yes,
motion.
Thank you, that was in there. All right, any comments on that? Councillor Stindy?
Just for clarity, in terms of the question was asked, previous tender, was there was some possible grants coming in for this job. Did it occur for this job? Did that?
Through the chair, I can answer that one. The grants that we're applying for is for the soccer pitches on the north end of the
soccer pitches
of the development.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Seeing no further hands, we have a motion by Councillor Payne. All those in favor? And opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Next, we have to start working on a secondary high school advocacy item to make Sylvan Lake the football academy of Alberta. Just saying, if we're building a good field. Okay, let's carry through to the parks bylaw.
All right, Your Worship and Council, I will, as we're bringing this forward for first reading, what I'll do is I'll go through here. We've listed the additions and changes that are being proposed, and I'll run through those and then open it up for questions. So in section 13.4, we've deleted wording in accordance with provincial or federal laws. And so again, that just is a kind of a duplication of wording. We don't need that in there. Section 14.1, remove the permission for tenting along Lakeshore Drive and replaced with no person shall erect, place or use a tent, canopy, or shelter except for a single pole umbrella along the lakefront. Section 17.3, we've added in no person shall make or attempt to make a place of residence in or upon any park, green space, or environmental reserve. Section 18.3, we've added the wording, no person shall skate upon, enter onto for the purpose of skating, or attempt to create, modify, or maintain a skating rink on a storm pond or any stormwater management facility. The specified penalty schedule has also been changed in a number of sections. to provide consistency in the fine schedule and also to reflect the severity of some infractions. And of course, I wrote this report and then we had some changes to it, and I realized that I did not add in the tenting section within Centennial Park. It is within the bylaw, but it's not within, I didn't list it in these discussion points. So that would be the scope of the changes that were made that we're bringing forward for first reading.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll start with questions, Council. I know we'll get into more debate and conversation, so this is just direct questions, and I'm not seeing any hands flying. So would someone like to put a motion on the floor, and then we can get into conversation and debate? Councillor Ostindi, thank you.
I move that council approve first reading of Parks Bylaw 1952-2026 as presented in report AIR 1382.
Thank you. And Councillor Bilodeau, I saw the look.
Well, I came prepared for this. So we had a loose discussion about this at a committee of the whole meeting a ways back. So when I went through this and I saw all the schedules, I just, rather than waiting till second reading before we decide to make changes, I wanted to present my thoughts on this. So I'll just, these are, to pass that down to Dawn. This is, and the easiest way to do this is to look at what I've highlighted. So
if you just pass the whole stack down.
The whole, there we go. Yeah, I only had 7 copies. Sorry.
This is Holly's conversation piece.
So this is what I'm proposing as the change to Schedule B. So what I'm talking to specifically is the area. So like I said, we kind of talked about it loosely. So the first page is, administration has kind of indicated this white and black striped area, which is the pier and all along the shore, which I feel like, is that not the area that we had as a no tenting zone last year? So I walked it and I'm like, we're missing, in my opinion, we're missing adding the no tenting zone is the other side of that lower pathway. And that's what I've highlighted all the way through to Centennial Park. So the highlighted area on the first page is what I'm proposing we add to the no tenting area. And then the second page is where I'm indicating is my suggestion for the area that we do allow, and I don't want to use the word tenting, I feel like it's canopies, but for me what I'm doing is I'm taking it from 41st Street to the end of Centennial Park only. That area specifically is where we currently have shelters at the back. And so, you know, we were kind of talking about moving the tents off lake shores so they weren't in the way. You have your sight lines. It's more safe for kids to be running around. But we also didn't totally want to take away the family feel of coming to Sylvan Lake, having a little area where you could have your little barbecue and gather your family and be out of the sun. But I think that whole strip of, this is my opinion, Centennial Park is too much. I'd like to see it just go from 41st Street over, because that is the area where we have the existing shelters. That's kind of what we're promoting, is kind of a family area. It's for picnics, and it is the opposite side of the playground area. So anything to the other side, we would have lots of day use tents around the campground, and I think that that's problematic also. So, and the best way, I just did this highlighted change so that I could show everybody. So when I'm talking about it, you guys can see kind of what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Manicki.
So I'll just say I very strongly support what Councillor Bilodeau is saying. I think my understanding discussion was to get tents off of there outside of Centennial Park entirely. Can I finish, or do you want to chime in? If I'm just going to end up saying something. Conversation very quickly, though, if you wanted, but you go ahead. Shut down the conversation.
let's jump to Ms. Phillips, and then we'll come right back to you, Councillor Evan.
Do you want to actually speak to it, Mr. Levesque? Because I think we're on the same page. You're
Sure.
on the same page
Okay.
on my screen.
So we did provide both the existing bylaw and the proposed bylaw. I probably should have marked it better, but I believe what we've proposed for the new bylaw would be the tenting zone that I have just shown up there on Schedule B on the screen right now, which is only in Centennial Park. So the red hash marked area, that is what we've currently proposed in the new bylaw. And again, I could have marked that better, that one is the existing bylaw and one is the newly proposed bylaw.
Councillor Evan.
You printed
Okay.
from the existing bylaw, that's all. It was just confusing though on our end, we agree.
Okay, that's fine. I understood that this is what was being proposed. So there was two things I was going to comment on to sort of piggyback off of what Councillor Bilodeau was saying. The one difference that I would have from at least what's being put on Councillor Bilodeau's map she gave us is I do think that there should still be tenting around the playground because there's going to be a lot of families that want to keep an eye on their kids. But everything west of that, that's still in the hashed out area, I think that's really narrow grass area. I don't want to see tents there. But then my secondary point was, what about everything kind of northeast of Centennial Park? Because with the water level as low as it is now, there's a heck of a lot of beach that's there. Is that, to my understanding, that's not currently marked as a no tenting zone. So people could currently, and in the proposed bylaw, go and pop tents down in that spot. I might be wrong.
Through the chair, I might ask for a little bit of clarification, but if it's within the DML, which is everything down to essentially where Highway 11A comes in, 33rd Street, 32nd Street, whatever we want to call that, and all the way out into off the sand and into the waters area there, everything all the way up to the marina is all within the town, so it would all fall within this bylaw. And so there would be no tenting there except for single pole umbrellas in the current proposal.
Then ignore the map. This is the tenting zone. Ignore the maps. This is the only area you can tent. All that beach area from basically where the blinking lights are on Lakeshore Drive to the marina, you can't tent on the beach there at all.
Correct. That's what's being proposed in this bylaw.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Johannesson?
Yeah, so first off, good thing I pulled this from the consent agenda, this conversation. So in talking to, in hearing from a lot of people during the election and then when people kind of heard about this and what we're trying to do, and seeing how slightly confusing this is, I'm in favor very strongly in just banning tents everywhere. There's too much confusion around this horseshoe even right now. I can only imagine people that come here, 1 million people a year, are going to be very confused. So a couple issues that I see, if we allow tenting in a certain area and people bring tents and then they see tents in a certain area and maybe they don't understand our bylaws, because how many of those 1 million people that come here every year are on our website looking at our bylaws or reading the signs are going to kind of default to what they always do, and I bet a big chunk of them don't care about our bylaws. So just saying that we are a tent-free zone, similar to what we've done with the smoking bylaw, we were talking about how it's confusing, the 5 meters, what's 5 meters, are we measuring it? Well, let's just be a no tent zone everywhere. And so someone isn't coming here seeing a tent and being like, oh, tents are allowed there, so they must be allowed here. They don't read the signs. If there's no tents anywhere and there's one person with a tent, well, now the bylaw can go, hey, there's our tent. That's not allowed. We take it off. I think we have to simplify this greatly, and that is the message I'm getting from the public. And I'll tell you, if it makes it way easier to enforce, and I don't, I grew up in White Rock, going to White Rock Beach all the time. There's no tents there, and storms happen, things happen, we deal with it. So the other concerns I have with tents are the ability to hide. alcohol, drugs, whatever it might be in those tents, even when they're in the legal spots, illegal things can happen in those tents. There's a lot of, when people can't see into tents, what's happening in those tents, and those are things that I think are important to mention and to talk about. So for me, and I believe for the majority of the public, I don't think you're going to get anyone in Sylvan Lake, because most people are trying to avoid the beach in the summer for various reasons. Let's get people in Sylvan Lake to want to come back to the beach and show up at the beach, and there isn't a single tent. Tents take up space even in Centennial Park. You know, kids like to go there and play soccer and throw the football around. Well, if we don't allow tenting on Lakeshore, but everybody brings their tents, and then every single one of them sets up a tent on Centennial, then Centennial's done. And so who else gets to use Centennial? So for me, it's, let's simplify this. Let's make a stand to the public who has expressed this to us and say, you know what, we're just not allowing tents are not something that you do when you come to Sylvan Lake. And I think that's very simple. I think it's the respectable thing to do for our community. Tents in general are kind of unsightly. This is not a campground. We're not here to hang out in tents. People can bring their umbrellas, they can protect themselves, they can put on sunscreen. They can do a lot of different things to stay away from the heat or whatever, but the reality is it's a beach, so you kind of know what you're coming into. So for me, the simplest way, similar to what we did with the smoking bylaw, ban tents, make it very clear, tents are not allowed here. It allows bylaw to do their job easier. It allows people to not be like, oh, well, I was confused because I saw there was tents over there, but maybe people, you know, don't understand English as well when they come here, and they don't understand the signs, or they don't understand the bylaw speaking to them. Those are things we have to take into account too. So we get a bunch of diverse cultures that come to Sylvan Lake too, which is great, but do they understand our bylaws? And so no tenting anywhere is very simple for everyone involved. And I think that is the way to go, especially for this year. I think it shows dramatic change, and I think it shows that council's doing something that they were asked to do by the public. And I don't think you're gonna have much pushback. And I think even if you do, it's a small minority of our population here in Sylvan Lake. So I would like to simplify this, ban tents completely, no tenting anywhere along any of these areas, and let people come in and enjoy the beach again.
Councillor Stindy.
Good persuasive thoughts. I'm in that situation where tents rarely offend me, and I hear from people on both sides in our town talking about the tents being offensive to them, and others not being offended at all by the tent's presence. To me, the tents should be shade structures only. That's the point I see, and when I think these are mainstream items, when you sell them at Walmart and Costco, you know that basically this is an accepted structure within our society to buy shelters like this. Everything's ultimately a compromise when you get down to values and trying to work at a community level. And we made a compromise years ago about backing tents off of certain areas. And here we're making another change, which is still a compromise. And I'm okay with this compromise. And I don't want to go as far as Councillor Bilodeau's compromise to go right to the corner, but you know, would it bother me to redraw this part of the map a little more? No, it wouldn't bother me to limit it more. But I'm also totally comfortable with having tents. And that is reflected by people in our community, just as those who can't stand them is reflected in our community.
Sure. Councillor Mearns.
Yeah, similar along the lines to Councillor Stindy. You know, I don't know when we first brought tents in 6-7 years ago, and had a part of the bylaw, and we knew it was going to be a work in progress. And so we've progressed quite significantly. The individuals I'm talking to out there are saying both sides. There's some that really hate them, there's some that really like them. But when I say this is what we're talking about, is moving them to a grassy area, not on the beach, not on the sand, not on the lakeshore side of things. This is quite removed. They're like, that's a good compromise. I don't know if everybody on council saw it. I was in Northwest Portugal not that long ago. There was a tent, not on the beach, on the grass area, right? So it's there. So I like this compromise of moving them to a grassy area. I would redraw the line maybe 42nd Street over, maybe not quite so far as Councillor Bilodeau said, but you know, the park area, leave that little narrow strip, no tents. Signage can be put up. We've committed to more enforcement. We've committed to more people, town employees down on the lake to provide that guidance to people. So we've committed that to already. We've committed to more enforcement. And so I think this is a good compromise for those individuals that need shelter, that need, for whatever reason. So I'm happy to redraw this a bit from 42nd Street to the northeast, I guess it is, and leave that little, 42nd Street to the southwest as no tenting.
Councillor Payne, I'll hop to myself, and then we can do a second round if we have any further.
Every conversation I've ever had with anybody about this has been, we just don't want tents north of the sidewalk. We don't want anything on that side, which is exactly what I've come to understand, come to believe. I don't have an issue with canopy tents being in Centennial, because really, even on our busiest days, you have 2 or 3 in there, and it's not as overwhelming. I do like the way in which 14.1 is worded. Those single post umbrellas. I think that's perfect. It's a perfect compromise. But I'm not quite to Councillor Johannesson's perspective yet that I don't want tents anywhere, because I understand that there are situations that you have a church group that wants to have a picnic on Centennial. They set up in the corner. They set up for their tables for their patrons. So I do think that there's a place for it. It's just not anywhere north of the sidewalk. Anywhere, from the pier, lighthouse, all the way down to 32nd Street. But in Centennial, I don't have that big of an issue. I do like Councillor Bilodeau's map a little more, where from 41st Street west is no tents, because I do think that area is kind of small. If you put a couple of canopy tents in there, you suddenly cut off the area. But to the east of 41st Street, I don't have an issue with canopy tents, but absolutely nowhere north of the sidewalk.
All right, I'll jump to a couple of thoughts. I'm not sure if council had a ton of confusion, but I did see confusion on the internet. So I would love, when we see this back, to have a very clear watermark between proposed and existing bylaws, just across the board. Every time we see a bylaw, let's not leave that room for error for those that don't read into all the details there. I am hoping to add a definition of umbrella. You've done that later in the document, but at the front definition section, there isn't. Yes, I'm not seeing it. It's further in the document. So I'm wondering if we can clarify that. I have never had a conversation with someone who says they've had a problem with tents in Centennial Park. I definitely hear that for every other area. So I'm okay with that. I do like going from 42nd over, because that area around the playground, I can't tell you how many birthday parties I have attended with a pop-up canopy in September. You're not doing a birthday party on a Saturday in July there, probably not. But I've definitely attended June and September birthdays for many of our friends at the Centennial Playground that do a pop-up there, and I think that is still fine and reasonable. Further than that, it does get too skinny for that to make sense. I also think that having an area where some of those tents could be solves some of the challenges. You're right, lots of people that come from out of town do not go and check the bylaws ahead of time, they go set up. I would imagine if I was a bylaw officer, it would be an easier conversation to say, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to be here. Here's the sign that you missed. But you can go a block or two this way and you can still set up and you can still have a great day with your family, and now you know for next time if you want to set up in this exact area. You don't need to bring a tent, so it's not saying you can't be here, it's just saying, here's the one reasonable, very large, but contained space that makes sense. And I do think the bulk of the conversation that at least I'm having is around the lakeside portion, and this really defines that. Councillor Bilodeau, I'll jump back to you.
Well, I like what you said. So my only argument or suggestion was still between that 42nd and 41st. Because in my mind, I was just thinking that little strip by the playground. So I'm thinking I'm at the playground with my little kiddos, and now the grass area between the playground and the lake has canopies on it. Now, if my kid gets away and is running towards the lake, I can't see. But I do appreciate what you just said also, Mayor Hansen, with the idea that you want those safe areas and some shelters so you can have your little parties, and that is right by the playground. So I respect that too. So I think we're just so much further ahead. I do want to say that, like, if you spend any time walking down by the lake, over the years, those tents have been north-south of the path. That is the congested zone, and that is what we're addressing here by removing tents in that zone. And I think we're still allowing the ability to remain a family-based community by giving a small area. And it might be confusing, but you know, it's change and it's confusing, and they'll get it. You know, they'll move their tent. Yep, bylaw's going to have their work cut out for them. It's a good thing we have more bylaw. But I like this.
So just to provide some clarity, and then I'll hop to you after we do a quick round on this. If I could go through and just hear from every councillor that specific area, whether it's none of Centennial Park, the area that Councillor Bilodeau defined, or 42nd East are the three that I've heard, just so we can give some administrative direction, and I'll just go around the loop. So I'll start with you, Councillor Mearns.
Yeah, I would select 42nd Street East.
Okay. Councillor Bilodeau?
I would support that also, yep.
Okay. Councillor Iwanicki?
Same with me.
Also myself. Councillor Ostindi?
Yes, the 42nd is a good line and good for signage.
Sure. Councillor Johannesson?
Total and complete ban.
Sure. Councillor Payne?
I'm fine with 42nd Street.
Okay. Perfect. And then we'll hop back to you, Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, just want to touch on a couple of points, because I think it's important for all of us to have all the information. Megan, you mentioned that you haven't heard any complaints about tents on Centennial. Well, I have, and I've heard quite a few. In fact, I have one right here that actually mentions, and I think this is a good point, but the tents are not good for the grass, and they ruin the grass. And this causes issues. She specifically mentioned her boys like to play football there, but the grass gets a little dangerous, the grass gets a little unkept, and that's unsightly. And to your other point, if people bring a tent and they set it up on the beach, and then bylaw comes over and says, hey, sorry, you missed our bylaw, move it over. Number one, that's causing a potential problem, a potential fight. Because people aren't necessarily just going to be like, oh, okay, gotcha, move. That's going to cause a problem for bylaw, which means now bylaw is going to have to go to all the people who set their tent up and say, well, you can actually move it over there. And they're going to go, oh, that's already set up, I'm not moving it over there. And then it causes a fight. So now bylaw is dealing with that instead of dealing with other issues that they can deal with. The second problem with telling people, well, you can move your tent over there, we saw how many tents were on the beach. Move those to Centennial Park, all of them, at the same time. Now there's no room for football, soccer, kids to run around, and it's packed with tents because we told them to move it because they brought it, so that if they even do move it, they're going to move it over there, and then everyone moves it over there. Now we've got Centennial Park packed with tents. So now our grass is getting ruined even more. daily, because now we're putting all the tent traffic from the beach to Centennial all day, every day, and now our grass is getting completely destroyed because we're putting a ton of tents over there, packed with tents, and I'm just going to the logical conclusion here. So for me, we're creating more issues by not just saying ban the tents completely. And that's a big concern, and as a council, we have to go to the logical conclusion. We can't just assume that people are going to come and be like, oh, you want me to move my tent there? That's totally fine. And even if they do, that makes the situation worse, because now people go to the beach and they're like, well, there's 45 tents set up on Centennial. I wanted to come kick the ball around with my daughter or with my son, and now I can't. And so now we're sitting in a position where we've got 50 tents on Centennial, completely unusable for anyone that wants to come. And now the the ratepayers are coming at us like, why are all these tents on Centennial? Why don't we get rid of these tents? And then we're going to sit here next year, and the issue is going to be the Centennial tents. And then we're going to ban them next year because people are going to be, or at least I would hope, because people are going to be upset. So when we jump to these logical conclusions of like, what's actually, I don't like, it sounds nice in theory, but in reality, I see this going very, very poorly. I think a complete ban on, and I understand we're in first reading, but I just want to address a few of those points because that's where my brain goes, is, okay, well, what happens when we do that? And so now Centennial Park is not being able to be used. And I have a 1-year-old daughter. I want to be able to go there and kick a soccer ball with her. I know other people want to do that. The person that I just read that message to, she actually just sent it to me right now. She's watching this currently. And she's actually someone that doesn't agree with me on a lot of issues, but she's expressing her concerns to me with this. And so I think it's something that we all need to think about, the logical conclusions of if we ban them on Lakeshore and then force people to Centennial, I think we're creating a bigger problem, not just for our grass, not just for our earth. I know you love earth, so I know you love that. So I know maybe I can persuade you a little bit there, but these are concerns that I think that it's not as simple as we're making it. But I believe we need to make this a lot simpler and just ban tents completely and see how it goes for a year and see, are people okay with that? Or are we going to have an uproar? But I think playing with the lines and, lastly, and I apologize for going on for so long, but this is a really important topic for the people of Sylvan Lake. Lastly, when we looked at the smoking bylaw, we simplified it because we said, well, 5 meters is too much. The amount of pushback we got on social media from Sylvan Lakers when we said we're going to ban smoking was immense. But we went along with it anyways, and we still banned the smoking completely. And so I'm seeing a little bit of hypocrisy going on here of like, are we listening to the people? Because that just seemed like, okay, we want to get rid of smoking, so we're just going to get rid of it because it simplifies it. Let's do the same thing here. I'm a little bit lost on why we wouldn't do that. I think if it blows up in our face and people are upset about it, let's come back to it. But I promise you, this is going to create more issues for bylaw. People aren't going to listen, and if they do, Centennial Park's going to be packed, and we're going to ruin that entire park. So,
knowing where we're at in this, we're at first reading, which is really your vote of acceptance. We've given some general direction. I think we've heard we'd like to see at least an edit on second reading. Do we need to put that within the motion, Ms. Phillips?
No, that's fine. I did want to ask for clarity. I've heard some conversations around maybe canopy, shelter only. Do you want us to change that or just leave it as tents? Because there was a little bit of conversation both ways before second reading since we're doing some edits.
Councillor Cindy on that specifically?
When we think of structures that are just shade only and not walled tents, that lessens some of the issues that Councillor Johannesson has just been speaking about too, because human beings are tough on turf. In the long term, we also have to think, so I'm advocating for this idea of shade-only structure. And it allows for open views through our parks to have shade-only structures. In the long term, as this park gets more heavily used, especially in drier years that we've experienced, we will be looking at underground sprinkler systems. Turf needs a break from us humans, making it stronger by giving watering. We will also need to be looking at tree structures because these trees are elderly They're a mature cottonwood collection, and we should be planting trees throughout this park to supplement the old structures that are going down one windstorm at a time. So those are a few thoughts too, aside from tents, but that's part of it. And having trees and shades, natural shade, takes away the need for tents as well.
Sure. Any further comment on that? Okay. I think with that, what we'll ask is if we have an interest, of course, passing first reading means we'd like to actually talk about this, although we did dive into that tonight, and it will come back for second reading for us to do some debate. Great. We have a motion on the floor that I didn't write down a name beside it. Councillor Ostindi, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Ostindi. All those in favor?
Sorry, can I just clarify just before I vote?
Sure.
Voting for this is not voting for any certain thing, it's just pushing it to the next reading, right? Okay, okay, sounds good, thank you.
All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried, thank you. Okay, Council, we are at time for another recess. I am going to be really conscious of time on our next couple agenda items. We've got a couple more doozies, and our procedural bylaw only allows us so many extensions before we just don't have that option.
Would you like to make a motion prior or after coming out to extend the meeting? So we don't miss it.
Yes, we will do that right after we come back from recess. Thank you. hours. Someone like Councillor Payne, thank you.
I make the motion to extend the meeting beyond 7 o'clock.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. All right, we'll come back in under business license bylaw. Ms. Ornella, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So my report this evening is for Council to consider granting second and third reading of the Business Licensing Bylaw 1951, 2026, being a bylaw to replace 1845, 2021. At the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting on March 17th, the administration presented several proposed amendments to the bylaw. Council discussed the proposed changes and provided direction, which have been incorporated into the updated bylaw. The Business Licensing Bylaw is the town's primary regulatory tool for licensing and regulating businesses. Administration has completed a comprehensive review to improve clarity, address operation gaps, and ensure the bylaw reflects current business practices. Since the first reading of the proposed bylaw, administration has identified 2 minor amendments necessary to enhance the regulatory clarity and enforceability. They are outlined in sections 15A and 15B. These sections of the bylaw have been highlighted for your ease of reference. So some of the key updates to the bylaw: definitions, new and revised definitions. The licensing term, we've replaced the last half of the year license with a flexible 6-month seasonal license. We've provided exemptions for registered nonprofit organization and registered community service clubs. With regards to refusal, suspensions, and cancellations, we've added an additional ground in there. With appeals, the proposed bylaw clarifies that decisions made solely due to unpaid fees are not appealable. With our municipal tags, we've amended it so that we can send them by email. And lastly, under refunds, should Council approve the third reading of the Business Licensing Bylaw, which exempts registered nonprofit organizations from licensing, a subsequent motion by Council would be required to authorize refunds of the 2026 business licensing fee paid by those organizations. There will be minimal administrative resource impact. Should Council approve third reading of the bylaw and authorize the associated refunds, a one-time financial impact of approximately $1,800 is anticipated. So there are 4 options before Council tonight. Respectfully, administration is recommending that Council grant second and third reading of bylaw 1951, 2026, the business licensing bylaw. It is further respectfully recommended that Council authorize a refund of the 2026 business licensing fees paid by the registered nonprofit organizations.
Excellent, thank you. We'll start with any specific questions. Councillor Iwanicki.
Good evening. Just a small question. As far as the edits or additions to 15B, I'm just curious about the rationale for not requiring ID for a business. I'm just envisioning a world where, like, the owner of a business is making an application. Why wouldn't they have to provide ID just to confirm that they actually have that authority to make an application under for a license?
Through the chair. The reason, so if anybody is a registered corporation, we'll obviously have their registration papers and we can see who is on their directors. When we have a company come in that are not registered, and we have to deal with that business in any way, sometimes it is difficult to know who is the actual business owner. So by the person making the application should be the business owner, and they should provide proof to us of who they are. Also, it's for clarity too, because a lot of the applications are extremely difficult to read, the handwriting, so this just gives us another clarity of ensuring that we get the actual correct spelling of someone's name on the application.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Nikki?
I'm still not entirely certain, though, why we wouldn't want ID of even a business owner who's making an application, just to confirm that they are who they say they are.
Through the chair, my apology, I misunderstood. We certainly could, but again, when we're asking for the registrations of the businesses, we should name it. If their name is on the application, again, they have to be the applicant, has to be somebody that's on that registration, corporate registries. And they're signing it, right? So they're putting their signature, it's saying that that's who they are and providing us proof of their registration, their corporate registration. So to us, that was sufficient to validate that they are who they are. But if council wishes to see us ask for that on all applications, we certainly can do that.
Thank you. Additional questions, and we can, if you'd like to add that, we can do that within the motion. Any additional questions? I do have one around the appeals. I'm wondering if the permitting software that is hopefully coming online, will it allow for the application of appeals through that software?
If I may redirect to my director.
Through the chair. At this point, no, it doesn't look like they would handle appeals through that software for any development or licensing purposes.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right, would someone like to make a motion for second reading? Councillor. Wow, I just gave the glare and all three hands went up at the same time, but Councillor Mearns caught my eye first, so.
I make a motion the council grant second reading of bylaw 1951-2026 being the business licensing bylaw as requested in AIR 1386.
Excellent, thank you. We'll open it up to any comments or debate, Council. Councillor Iwanicki.
I just still would like to see that removed. Just that line about if it's a registered business, they don't need ID. I only think like in my world, even if it's a business owner, I pull their corporate registry to ensure that, you know, it's a director, officer, owner, what have you. It's just an extra layer just to confirm that someone isn't committing fraud. Not that I anticipate anyone doing a business license application under something else, but I mean, it could happen. As long as it's not hugely onerous on your department, I'd like to see that.
Through the chair, if I may. Thank you, I appreciate that. And yes, we have seen fraud, unfortunately, so you are not wrong in that. So if you'd like us to strengthen the bylaw to ensure that anyone making an application has to provide a government-issued ID, absolutely, we certainly can do that.
Sure. Is that something council's got the will to do? I'll just take some head nods or no's. I'm seeing enough thumbs up that yes. I have a couple of comments or additions. One, I just, again, really appreciate the change to nonprofits. I know the sporting groups in town will very much appreciate that. One, I'm wondering, it could be in the process, but I'm wondering if there's a place in the bylaw. I'd love to see a note related to as soon as a business license is suspended, that council is notified within 48 hours or a set amount of time. So that lets us know if there's that hot topic coming, if there's a potential of appeal. I'm wondering if that could be written right into the bylaw.
I'm looking at my director and the CAO. Is this something we would see more in our policy pertaining to appeals, or? Kim? Sorry.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just flipping to that section of the bylaw to have a quick look for you.
And we could come back to that because I do have one more note. One is around the timeline. We learned as we did the appeal the other day, there's nothing specified around a timeline to reappeal. And I'm wondering if that's something we should edit. As council, we talked that 2 years seemed like an appropriate time period when the full process had been gone through. I guess my question is, council, is there any appetite to really spell that out in here? That if there has been a business license that's removed, is there a set time period, or can they come apply the next day? Because currently we're silent. Councillor Iwanicki.
Just to be clear, Mayor Hanson, instead of reappeal, you mean reapply?
Yes, thank you. Reapply. Councillor Mearns.
Yeah, I would be satisfied with 1 year when we looked at it. It was, at some point it was 2 years, but I would be satisfied with 1 year for a reapplication to be reviewed.
Great. Any concerns with that? We'll do a bit of a thumbs up, thumbs down. Adding that in, are we okay with that, or no desire to do it?
Clarify the...
That if a business license was removed, stating that they could not reapply for a 1-year period. Because right now we are silent, so technically they could come in the next day after its removal and then start right back at the whole process again. But saying it's gone through the entire process to completion.
Your Worship, if I may ask clarity on that. So are you saying the person cannot come in or the company, or do you want it as both? Because they can make a new company name the next day.
That's a great question. I lean to company, but I will defer to, if person is really the, ultimately that's probably what it is. Councillor Mearns, do you have a thought?
Would applicant suffice all? That's either business or individual? If we just said applicant, would that cover it?
Well, the applicant needs to be the owner, so if it's the same person, yeah, unless there's multiple owners on it, and then they have, the husband has the wife apply instead of himself. You know, it's, so basically what's happened right now, so we've had a home-based business that was revoked. Their license was revoked. They were able to open up in a commercial location, which was fine. Then they came back 2 years later and wanted to reopen as their home occupation again. So at that time, we used the discretion that the time period, and we had no further concerns, then that we allowed that. It's kind of like up to the licensing inspector to interpret if they will approve an application based on reasonable grounds. So you would certainly have to have sufficient reason to deny somebody, and it would be appealable, right, and if that be the case. So that's how we've been handling it right now, more or less at our discretion, but we certainly, and I would think we should get legal advice about writing that type of clause.
Absolutely.
Into the bylaw.
Ms. Devlin, you have a thought on the other item?
And Your Worship, I'm just going to add to that note, whether it's individual or business, it might depend on the situation and what the infraction actually is. Without deferring to Ms. Ornella, I would assume that we've had examples where we probably would want to see the business potentially action suspended, and in other cases, definitely the individual operating. So it might just
Could
depend.
be an and or.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. And did you have a comment back on the just notice to council of a business license removal?
Yeah, Your Worship, it probably could be added in here. I think that we can either bring those changes back and add in here, or it could be added into the appeal process, one or the other. I suspect it also is something that would impact the STAR bylaw as well, and appeals there. So we just want to make sure that all appeals are adequately covered, depending on how we decide to handle that.
Sure. Council, any other comments? Seeing none, best course of action here, hearing we might need some advice, and if there's support for any of those, wondering if we go forward with second reading and then just defer third reading until we have a bit of additional information, and then we can see that in black and white to have a further conversation. Councillor Iwanicki? No. But I do believe most of the ones I'm thinking of have already paid, so yeah. Any concerns with that, Council? Great. Councillor Oostende.
I agree with the process we're heading for, just second reading. The idea of preventing a relicense or a reapplication within wait a year and that, given the complexity of how people can just rename themselves, numbered companies, et cetera, I'm wondering if we're chasing a futile cause. As much as we don't want poor operators in our community, we have to be pragmatic at the same time. So I'm wondering if in coming back in third reading, can that be addressed with some little bit of administrative advice?
Be great. Great. All right, we have second motion for second reading on the floor. Last call for any comments or debate. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. We will see this one more time. Thank you, Ms. O'Neill.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, next we'll move into 8H, the Safe and Inclusive Access Bylaw. First reading, Ms. Calicut.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I am here with some edits, basically, to the Safe and Inclusive Access Bylaw. So the purpose of this report is to provide Council with information on the municipal spaces, solicitation, vending, and petitioning, and to request first reading of the bylaw. So on March 10th, Mayor Hansen brought forward the notice of motion to Council that administration research and draft a municipal spaces solicitation, vending, and petitioning policy, and to incorporate some best practices from comparable Alberta municipalities, and then to return the proposed policy back to Council. Now, this original bylaw was adopted by Council originally in 2024. As we were going through some of the research, we did identify a number of communities that had various types of bylaws or policies in place that addresses this such thing. Our current practice right now does not allow for solicitation, vending, or petitioning within the Nexor Center and the WCC building unless that organization holds a leasehold agreement or has a booked space. So for example, multi-purpose rooms, arenas, gymnasiums are all booked out through a process, and that's through the fees and charges bylaw. The Nexor Center itself has very limited space, so the spine of the building really can only hold 99 people. We limit the amount of things that are in the hallway, so for example, there aren't any tables or extra chairs or anything like that allowed in the space unless a group such as a hockey group or figure skating has booked out the arena. We do allow them to have a table for check-in, and then in the arena that they're in, typically the Diamond Valley Pressure Services Arena, we allow them to have their tournament tables and things upstairs so it's not in the way of traffic to the entire facility. We also do not allow for petitioning within town-ran special events. And then the vending and solicitation piece is only permitted with prior written agreement. So for special events, for example, we'll have a number of organizations or businesses take part. It could be as simple as a business in town like axe throwing or a coffee shop attending, and that's all with written permission. When we're filling out our special event business license, we are including all of those different elements, and then it also includes all of our insurance and risk management pieces as well. So for example, a fundraising or an informational booth, it could be like the food bank that would be collecting food bank donations, or Christmas Bureau as a prime example. The business licensing bylaw for the town does address that business licensing piece. So the businesses do have to hold a valid business license. So when we have vending or we have a leasehold space, those businesses are required to hold a business license. If the group is booking out a space for a special event, just like we have to get a special event business license, that group also has to do that. And then the businesses under that umbrella would be covered under that special event business license. It would also require them to hold any permits that are required, approvals, clearances. If they need AHS permits or anything like that, that would also be a requirement. The mobile vending bylaw does specify that no one can have a mobile vending business on public land unless they have a valid permit in place. So the one piece that we are missing out of the bylaw is the petitioning and the soliciting piece. It's not expressly written as part of the bylaw, and so that does create a little bit of a gray area. It can make it really difficult with that uncertainty piece. The uncertainty piece would be within our facilities, our town lands, as well as any events, whether it's on town property or another rentable facility that maybe we have rented for the event itself. To address this gap, we are proposing some additions be made to the Safe and Inclusive Access bylaw that would not allow some certain things. So there's a few pieces, I think it's 6 lines in total in the bylaw that we've made some additions to. So let me turn to that page. So the first one would be outlining what a municipal special event is and defining that, and then defining what petitioning or soliciting means. So it's an activity involving the request for signatures, donations, membership support, or the promotion of sales of goods, services, or clauses. And then in the bylaw, adding in those prohibited activities. So person must not perform any petitioning or soliciting within a town-owned facility. A person must not perform any petitioning or soliciting at a municipal special event. And a person must not perform any petitioning or solicitation as part of a town-run program or activity. With that is also the offense piece and adding in those specific penalties for that piece, very similar to, for example, having the protests. Petitioning or soliciting inside the facility is a $1,000 penalty and then reduced if people pay within the specified timelines. And I will open it up to council.
Thank you, council. We'll start with any questions. Councillor Johannesson and then Iwanicki.
Where is, I didn't hear you say protesting anywhere here. That's one of the concerns I've heard. So is, whatever you would define that as, or not collecting signatures, for example, but if they're outside the government building here protesting, where does that fall in this bylaw, or does it fall there at all, I guess?
Through the chair. So that piece was already part of the bylaw, so I didn't address it. It's under the prohibited space 3.1. So a person must not engage in a specified protest on publicly accessible property within 50 meters of an entrance to a town-owned facility. It's within that section there.
Sure.
So one of the things that we, and this is going to be archaic language, but one of the things that we learn in our studies is what is the mischief, stupid word, but anyway, that's what they call it in legislative drafting, that we're attempting to solve here. I'm looking at it trying to figure out what is the concern. If it's just filling a gap, then okay, but where are we seeing a problem that's needing edits to this bylaw?
Through the chair, so yes, it is absolutely filling that gap. We have had individuals collecting signatures and things like that within the NextSource Center specifically, and utilizing or going into spaces that are already rented out and booked out for other user groups without their permission. So unless we have it written in a bylaw that we do not allow that activity within our facilities or within a specified time frame, we cannot not permit that activity.
Follow up.
Okay, then, all right. Then from, I want to phrase this in a way that doesn't come across as being like rude. What about there's like a hockey tournament or something like that, and they're, I guess would they be considered lessors like the hockey organizations and everything? So they could sell tickets or seek donations for them, and that'd be perfectly fine as written.
Through the chair, you are correct, within their designated space. So they would not be able to sell, for example, in the curling rink or down in the arena, or sorry, inside the swimming pool or in the hallway. They would be in their designated space that they have booked out.
Do you mind?
Go ahead, you've got a follow-up.
So I only,
go to Councillor Payne.
Yeah, I only ask because I've seen in the NextSource Center specifically, organizations that set up a little booth right outside of the doors that head into the center rink and then up into the Diamond Valley Arena Lounge, there it is. Would they be allowed to do that anymore as written?
Yes, through the chair. So there is, I'll have to find it. It does state those types of activities are permitted. Now, with those groups, we do still need to give them permission. They can't just set up anywhere. We need to make sure that the egress is there. So for example, the Wranglers are prime example. We do permit them to set up their little table right at the entrance as people are entering into the arena to collect their admissions, for example. We do not allow tons of tables. So even for hockey tournaments, for example, they have to go upstairs into that upper viewing area. We just don't have the space to allow for a bunch of tables and chairs, for example, and we need to keep people moving through that space.
Councillor Payne.
But that's an organization set up when their own organization is renting the space. So what if you have a situation, and I've seen this one, where you have a hockey tournament going on, so Sylvan Lake Minor Hockey or whoever is renting the space, but then the Girl Guides are selling cookies.
Through the chair, we don't allow it. So we used to, before COVID, yes, we were quite loose and did allow for lots of tables and different things to be set up. When COVID hit and when we started to welcome a lot more people back into the facility, the tolerance level was quite low. People were quite concerned when there were lots of people in there, and we're seeing more and more usage of the facility. It's busier than our pre-COVID days, where all areas of the facility are pretty much busy all the time, and we just don't have the space for it.
So just to follow up to that, if Sylvan Lake Minor Hockey has the Arena 1 rented out, and they invite an organization like the Girl Guides in to sell cookies during their tournament, is that allowed?
So through the chair, to clarify, if they are walking around with their boxes of cookies in their rented space, that is permitted. They would not be permitted to set up another table somewhere else, for example, so only within their allowable space.
Within their rented space?
Yes.
Okay.
And I hear that also answered Councillor Ostendy's question. Any additional questions before we get into further conversation? Great. Would someone like to put a motion forward? Councillor Iwanicki, thank you. I gotta say, the left side of the room is really killing it on quick motion, or not even quick, but on pulling through for the motions today.
So I move that council approve first reading of bylaw number 1954-2026 as presented in AIR 1369. Thank you, Councillor Bilodeau.
Councillor Mearns.
Yeah, I'm okay with the thought process behind the bylaw. My concern is around the radius. I'll quickly try and run through this and capture everything. MGB, obviously parking lot, fine. You know, maybe from Lions Park gazebo to the east, I would be fine with, instead of that whole area right to the street. I think library, if it's just on the street side of the library, not extending across the street, I would say the same for NextSource. If it's on the NextSource side of the street, I'm fine with that, not extending across. We're in Councillor Bilodeau's yard by the look of it there on the one map. Same thing as municipal enforcement and Firewall, like west of the bike trail is fine. Wellness and Community Center, I'm fine with that one. The mob on the business side is fine. Obviously, it's extending out into the street, but I would just be fine with it on the business.
Councillor Mearns, I had a potential edit that might answer this question, and I wondered if it could be something that said not extending past the line of the property. And that cuts off all of those extending any further.
Does it address the property line here to the east? I will, 131.
If I can interrupt, thank you. So although it says that 50 meters, it's really important to make note, it doesn't refer to an individual citizen's property. It is that publicly accessible property. So if you're looking at the definitions, the publicly accessible property means all or any part of a building structure or parcel of land to which members of the public have access as of right or by express or implied invitation. It's not referring to individual people's or citizens' property. It's referring to the town property.
Sure.
So thank you for that, but looking at NextSource Center, for instance, extending, I can't find the NextSource Center now. Oh, thanks. Extending over to that green space across the road, it's not something that I would support going to that side, because that would be considered municipal land, correct?
It would. The reason that space is there is when you look at the parking lot, so that is so people can easily cross the road. So they're crossing from the parking lot. So I just want council to be of that piece. That's basically right where that crosswalk is, from the parking lot to the building.
Yeah, I would be fine if someone wanted to sit up there. It's, you know, the entrance is still accessible. It's not being blocked by anyone or anything like that. I'm fine with it over there. It's my more concern is about the entrances into the buildings and not inhibiting that in any way, shape, or form.
Was it Councillor Ostindi next, and then I can jump to you? Sorry, there was someone on this side I had. Go ahead.
Sure, I'll just... I agree with the comments just being made about the crossing roads. I just want to be careful in wording. If we say the property line has many people who feel like they're being invaded by the fiber optics people, we don't own to the curb, you know, on many property titles, so we have to be very careful about referring to road allowances and property lines. I support very much the intent in this bylaw, creating very neutral places called public spaces. You know, and yet at the same time, I want to say that I have been to many protests in my life and want to carefully guard that ability to protest and to be able to discuss things in public, in effect. But at the same time, I notice I have a super high tolerance to disagreement with others. I can strongly disagree with a friend and still have a good friend. And I noticed that, you know, just recently with some of the collection of signatures, I was speaking with people collecting signatures for separation of Canada. I disagree with them. However, I had two great conversations with, say, 2 out of the 3 at the entrance to the Next Source the other day. I walked right into the senior center to the function I was going to, and I just heard complaint about the people collecting signatures and how people didn't actually feel safe, which surprised me because I have a high tolerance for difficult conversations. And it just reminded me that we do have to make sure we have these balancing acts of neutral spaces, but we don't want it to, and this is why I like the discussion about, we don't want it to extend too far. And of course, we can register to do protests in our town, and I've been at some of them, official ones as well. So, yeah, we need to be careful about the balance here.
Councillor Johannesson and then Payne.
Yeah, so I agree actually with Councillor Ostindi to a point. I'm probably going to take the same path we took on the smoking bylaw and the same path that I want on the tents, and that would be to not have areas blocked off at all for people to express their rights, to express their opinions. I have massive issues with the word inclusive. Human beings are naturally exclusive. Check out my Facebook every day and see how many people exclude my views. Most of them claim to be incredibly inclusive. The reality is by nature, human beings are exclusive. We exclude people for various reasons, and that's how we are. The problem is when this is called an inclusive access bylaw, we are actually excluding people to be inclusive. So we're excluding people who want to be there for whatever reason they want to be there in order to be inclusive to people who don't want them there. So that doesn't make any sense. Like logically, logistically, inclusive sounds like a very nice, fairy rainbow word, but it's not real. So to be inclusive by excluding makes zero sense to me. The safe part, and Councillor Cindy mentioned this, people felt unsafe. I have a problem with that for many reasons, because safety is entirely subjective. What one person doesn't feel safe at, or what one person doesn't feel safe witnessing, other people might feel perfectly safe with it. So who's it safe for? Now, if you feel unsafe because people are collecting signatures, that is an incorrect subjective feeling, in my opinion. Because the reality is you just don't like what they're doing. So saying that you don't feel safe is this way to manipulate people into getting rid of those people. And I think it's pretty conniving, to be honest with you. And so this idea that people feel unsafe, whether they're witnessing a confrontation or whether they're seeing people collect signatures, is egregious to me. And I think that it's an easy thing to say to make people feel a certain way. But the reality is nobody is unsafe with people collecting signatures anywhere. These people out here, for example, doing the Freedom Alberta are not unsafe. They're good people. I've talked to many of them. Great people, excellent people. And they just have an opinion based on their own life perspectives. And the unsafeness is actually coming from the people who oppose them. Some of the threats that I've seen online are terrifying. And that's where the safety issues come from, not from the people who have their own lived experiences and have their own lived opinions. Every single one of us thinks the way we think because of the lives that we've lived. Jazz and I disagree on a lot of things. He's lived a different life than me. I've lived a different life. I think the way that I think because of the life I've lived and the experiences I've had. And we have lost that respect for people. Everyone thinks that their lives and their experiences should be everyone's lives and experiences. So what they feel unsafe, they think everyone should feel unsafe. If it was a Stay Free or a Forever Canada petition at the next source, the people that feel unsafe with the Free Alberta would feel perfectly safe if they were in the exact same spot. There'd be no complaints about being unsafe. They'd be shaking their hands, signing the petition. They'd have no problem with it. And that's my problem with this bylaw, is we're basing this on subjective feelings and inclusivity by excluding. And that, to me, doesn't make any sense. So I believe everybody has the right, as long as they're not disrupting the entranceways. Obviously, people need to have freedom of movement. That's also one of our God-given rights, into the spaces. But what I've seen from even the Forever Canada people who were sitting outside the election booth on election day, getting signatures from people that were walking in, I didn't agree with what they were doing. I thought it was silly, but I didn't feel unsafe, and I didn't approach them and threaten them or whatever that people are doing for the Stay Free Alberta people. So when you have people that come and sit in a spot outside the Nexus Center, and if the people that are claiming they're not safe, and they're like, yeah, I love these people because they agree with me, but then it's a different group at the same spot, and they're like, oh no, I don't feel safe with those people because I don't agree with them. Well, that's wrong. And so I believe we should open this up completely. People should be allowed to protest where they want to protest, especially the municipal government building. Like, that's kind of like the place, that's the OG place to protest. It's right outside these doors. So I think there's ways to do it respectfully, but protests are also supposed to be uncomfortable. That's what I hear anyways. So I think we should allow people to do what they want, where they want. If they're breaking laws, we have those laws in place to deal with that. You know, if they're harassing people or threatening people outside that place, we can deal with that already with the police and the laws that we have. But for us as a council to tell people that they can't be somewhere outside of a building where they're there because lots of people come there, and they're being friendly and kind to people to get signatures, I think that's a massive government overreach. And I think that it's not something that I ran to get elected, was not to tell people that they can't do something that is simply making people sign signatures. So again, being inclusive by excluding people, by definition, is actually exclusive. So I think we need to think about this deeply.
Councillor Payne.
I think that one of the things that gets lost in all of this is respectful discourse. It gets lost because people get upset about their perspective. And as Councillor Johannesson pointed out, we don't always agree. But one of the things that we've always had is respectful discourse. the ability to disagree and to not have it be, how we approach everything. But I don't agree, well, I'll say something different first. As much as I disagree with perspectives, I'll die in the fight to defend your right to have it. You need to be able to say what you believe is true, as long as you're not violating the rights of somebody else. And, if you're going to allow one side, if you're going to allow the spy versus spy, the white spy and the black spy, you got to allow them both. So if you're going to allow peaceful discourse, if you're going to allow peaceful presentation, protestation, however you want to phrase it, you have to allow it equally and you have to allow it completely. But therein lies the difficulty. If you have a peaceful protest outside of a building that houses 100 people who work here, crossing those lines to get into that building is a safety issue. Whether you want to believe that nobody should feel unsafe, the reality is that's not true. People will feel unsafe. Now, I don't think that is apples to apples when you're talking about something like petitions. I think the ability to occupy a space for a petition should be something that should be allowed, providing that space is permitted and acceptable. I don't think setting up in the boot room of a high school or the foyer of an arena is an appropriate place to set up a petition, nor do I think outside the doors of an arena is an appropriate place to set up a petition. But if you want to have a petition inside of a public space, then rent out that space. And please, have your petition be signed. Feel free to do it. Feel free to advertise. This is where you're going to be if you're renting that space. But if we're going to do it for one, we need to do it for all. It can't simply be one of those things where we decide that I agree with this philosophy or I agree with this ideology, so I'm going to allow this ideology to occupy this space. It cannot be to that level of relativity. It has to be either you allow or you disallow completely. And if you disallow completely, you need to have an understanding as to why. And right now, when it comes to something like peaceful protest, whether it's peaceful public protest or peaceful private protest, I think there needs to be an allowance. I don't agree with Councillor Johannesson that people shouldn't feel unsafe. You can't tell somebody, how they should feel. I don't think that's right. It is subjective. But with that being said, as I've said in the beginning of this, I may not agree with the perspective, but I believe the person has the right to have that perspective. So I don't think public spaces should be used for any decision. Outdoor public spaces, like the outside of this building, if you have a group that wants to come in and protest or display their perspectives, then there's a permitting process for that. Just like we had a few years ago, we had a very large group of people when the shoes were on the stairs. There was probably 300 people here that day. If we didn't allow for protests at all, that wouldn't have been here. That was a very positive thing for the community. So for me, it's either got to be all or none, but the none doesn't sit well with me.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Iwanicki.
I do feel like we've gone a little bit into the weeds here on what's ultimately a first reading on some relatively minor edits to this bylaw. I think what I'm hearing a lot of is maybe people should be making notices of motion about making more substantive edits to this bylaw if that's ultimately what's being sought. But I don't disagree with a heck of a lot of what's being said, let's put it that way. So.
Okay, so I just want to make sure there's no one over here that we would like to still speak. That is a good point. We do have some time not working in our favor tonight, and we have all had an opportunity to give our feedback. I did hear some specific edits when it came to the zones, and I'll look to council. Are we interested in making any edits to that wording that is currently in there specifically, or are we happy with it as, sure. Councilor Mearns, go ahead. To make some edits? Yep. Or I'll hear from you, Councillor Bilodeau. Edits?
I might have misheard the question.
Edits to the zone. Councillor Mearns, do you want to give a specific on that?
Yeah, I would just like to see some edits on the zones where it's, like, now I'll use NextSource for example. On the NextSource building side of the property, I'm fine with that. Across the street, I'm not. So those are the types of edits I would like to see when we say property line. It's just, there's a gray area there, and so, you know, I would say, I don't know if it's lack of, on the building entrance side of the street, I don't know if that's a, I don't know.
Sure. Ms. Calicut, I see a hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to respond to Councillor Mearns there, I don't have a problem with making edits to the bylaw, or I should say from an enforcement standpoint, don't have a problem making edits to the bylaw. What I'm going to suggest though is it's going to completely remove the words such as 50 meters from, those kinds of things. It's going to be very specific to as per the map. So when people are reading the bylaw, if they don't read the map or they don't take time to look at the map, the bylaw is not going to refer specifically to a zone or a distance. It's only going to be as per the map. So that would be the only clarification that I wanted to make there, that it will have to remove the actual distances because they won't be consistent in any location at all.
Sure. Councillor Mearns, start back with you.
Would the wording, you know, you're saying 50 meters, I get it, and standardized, but if we said from the entrance, on the entrance side of the property line, same as what we've done with the smoking bylaw, 25 meters on either side of that, like, because then it could be specific to each building, that would mean the same. Is that, I'm wordsmithing a bit, but is that something where it could be across the board?
So I guess
for all facilities?
To recap what I'm hearing we do have an appetite to reduce the zone so it's not expanding outside of maybe not the property line, but and maybe we could task administration, this is first reading, into coming back with some specific wording maps, however that best be done. Do we have enough support of 4 heads nodding for that? Councillor Iwanicki, sure.
This, like, these 50 meters in these zones, like, these already existed, right? Like, okay, this is, nothing of this is new. Okay, good. That's what I thought.
Councillor Johannesson, specific to the zone?
Yeah, I just want to eliminate it altogether, to be honest. I think we should allow people to do it if they're doing it in a respectful way. And like I said, we've got laws in place to deal with harassment and threatening behavior. And again, this is just we're making this more complicated than it needs to be. We're 50 meters, 25 meters, 30 meters. I think that we should allow people to, it's not like this is a thing that we see every single day. So.
Sure. Councillor Payne.
But if you don't put in some sort of limit, it means that somebody can literally set a table down in front of a door.
Well, I specifically said when I mentioned this first time, we have freedom of movement. That's one of our charter rights as well. So allowing, like, you can set it, you can't block the entrance. That's easy language, right? Don't block the entrance. Make sure people have, I don't need to put a number on it, just don't block the entrance. You know, people should be able to move back and forth freely. But if they're, when I've seen these, they're off to the side. You know, like when the Forever Canada people were at the election booth, they were off to the side. I was able to walk in the building. Like, it's not, it shouldn't be that complicated. I think we're making it complicated, so.
Sure. Council, other feedback? I do need enough of a consensus to give us some direction. Councillor Payne?
I think there needs to be some sort of understanding because, as we said earlier, if you don't make it clear, people will interpret it as they wish. And I think, one person's interpretation of, I'm not blocking the door is going to be very different than another's. So I'm fine with putting limits in as far as how close to an entrance you should be, the same as we do with smoking. I think the 50 meters is a little excessive in this building, because 50 meters puts you on the sidewalk, and puts you in the trees. So, but I think that something like the Nexor Center, I don't want to have to negotiate a slalom of tables to get into the Nexor Center. So I'm fine with, a different number. Bearing in mind, this is first reading.
I'm trying to get us there, so if we can make this a speed round, Council, just a couple of words comment. Councillor Oostende, thoughts on that?
Fine with some edits to come back in second reading.
Great. Councillor Bilodeau, the same I heard? Great. I think I feel the same, just reducing that area, making the map very clear. So with that, we have first reading on the table, which will allow us to talk further in second reading. We have that motion on the floor. All those in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Next, we will move to the fees and charges bylaw.
Ms. Phillips, I have to recuse myself for this one. Pecuniary issuance, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Hanson, Council, nice to be here this evening. Yeah, with this report, I'm just trying to get it together here. Looking for our second, third reading tonight from Council on the update to the fees and charges bylaw that we do a couple times a year, 1948, 2026. So the changes are a little less than normal, I think, is what we're seeing this time around. The schedules are outlined in the report. I won't go into the changes. There's certainly people in the room that can answer any questions that you might have about what's being proposed. And I'll just leave it at that.
Council, we'll start with, are there any questions? Councillor Oostende.
A couple of questions. One is on page 154, it refers to cost recovery for tax recovery. My question is, does it include legal fees? And I'll just stop there, and I have one other question after that.
Sure.
Yeah, through the chair. So cost recovery is in that process, yes. So anything that the town incurs for costs, including legal, can be recovered.
Okay, because I was thinking that would be a very large amount.
Yes.
I was thinking about becoming a subcontractor to move barbecues around town because that looked like a good fee to collect. But anyways, my real question is the grass fire unit, when we rent out, not rent out, when we use and charge for grass fire unit in the fire department, is that the Red Deer County equipment that we are renting out? And is that an agreement we have with Red Deer County, or is that, I got that wrong, that's our unit?
I might have to call on Mr. Lebsack to answer that question.
Yes, please. I'm still standing true to, I think we should have walk-up music for directors as they take that time.
So I guess it would depend on how you look at that. As per our contract, Red Deer County pays for that unit, but it's a piece of equipment that's within the Sylvan Lake Fire Department. So because we do a contracted service, fee-for-service for Red Deer County, they provide that piece of equipment for us, but it's only because we're doing service in their municipality for them as part of the contract.
Okay. And so supplemental, if we're doing a grass fire within our town, are we, that charge then is to pay for our crew to use that equipment? It's not, I'm suspecting it's not paying for the wear and tear on that equipment, or how, is that an issue for Red Deer County? That's what I'm kind of getting at.
So again, as part of our contract, anything under, don't quote me on this, I want to believe anything under $5,000 for repair and maintenance is the town's bill, and anything over that, we bill back to the county if it's on their equipment.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the threshold's $5,000.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Great. Would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Iwanicki, thank you.
I move that council approve second reading of the fees and charges bylaw 1948-2026 as outlined in AIR 1384.
Excellent. Any additional comments, council? All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried unanimously. Would someone like to put forward third reading? Councillor Ostindi.
I move that council approve third reading of the fees and charges bylaw 1948-2026 as outlined in AIR 1384.
Wonderful. Any additional questions or comments, council? Great. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. I see you making the move. All right, next we'll come back to the 2026 property tax bylaw. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Hansen. Yeah, so with this report, I'm looking for second and third reading to the 2026 property tax bylaw, 1949-2026. In the report, you can see the rates that are included in the bylaw. So the overall combined residential rate does not change, as council is aware of and was discussed during budget. But the overall rate does go up due to requisitioning bodies. Same on the non-residential side. So the combined municipal rate, including recreation transportation, it remains unchanged. What's new for this year, something that we in Sylvan Lake have not had in the past that we're proposing, if council wishes to go down that route, is effectively setting a minimum tax. So this would apply to all properties in the jurisdiction. So you can see one suggestion was $100, $50 is also an option. You can see the number of rolls that would affect $50 and $100 minimum tax. There's some numbers there. The current range for these properties, if it's at 50, listed under the $50 option there, is from $1.23 to $36.13. So there's about 218 accounts that would affect. If it's a $100 minimum, you can see the number of rolls that would affect 408 rolls. So the idea is that all properties, of course, in the town of Sylvan Lake have costs to administer. We have to pay an assessor, we have staff, we have overhead costs, postage, letterhead, all that stuff. And so that's the idea behind it, is that all properties should pay a minimum to contribute to the operation of our tax and assessment system. So in the report there, it also outlines if a $100 minimum is set, that would generate an additional $21,000 in municipal taxes only. If it's 50, it would be just under 14,000. And of course, this only applies to municipal taxes, not any requisitioning bodies. I think that's all I wanted to highlight. So just looking for additional readings from council tonight on the 2026 property tax bylaw.
Councillor Iwanicki.
Okay, minimum taxes. Is this just like titled condo parking stalls, or like what the heck is all this?
It's a large majority, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that makes perfect sense to me. All right.
Councillor Ostindi.
I wanted a clarification on, a parking, a lot that's $1.23 worth of assessment. Please explain to me, what are we looking at in terms of organization of land? Literally a parking spot? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, through the chair. So I don't have the specifics for that particular property. So that's $1.23 in taxes, so not assessment. So I'm assuming assessment would be, you know, I don't know, next to zero or more, you know.
But so we're talking, just to follow up, to clarify, we're talking about a bunch of parking lots, parking spots that people own title on. This obviously isn't part of a condo, or is it part of a condo style unit? Is that what we're?
It could be, yeah. So I think most, if not all, condos have separate parking stalls, and well, I shouldn't say have separate parking stalls, but if they do, they're individually titled separate from the condo. So they can, you know, buy and sell them, whichever, but yeah.
Sure. Councillor Iwanicki and then Mearns.
Yeah, and I was just going to add for Councillor Stindy's benefit too, some condos also have titled storage lockers too.
Councillor Mearns.
Two questions. First question, you know, there's slips in the marina. Would that be one of those instances?
Through the chair, I don't know if there would be any, because the assessed value is quite a bit higher on slips in the marina. So I suspect, I don't believe there would be any under these thresholds.
Yeah. Okay. And so this isn't, so I see the word property tax. It's not going to the average homeowner. It's not an additional tax. Okay.
No. Okay. No, so, you know, an average single family house, if you pay $4,000 a year, that it doesn't affect that at all. Yeah.
Sure. Would someone like to put forward a motion if we don't have any additional questions? Councillor Iwanicki.
I propose that, or I move that council give second reading to bylaw 1949-2026, establishing the 2026 property tax rates as outlined in AIR 1383.
Great, sure.
I very much appreciate the cost recovery argument for the minimum tax spend. And the reason I thought of this before today was that condominiums, generally speaking, are a lower cost way of housing for people. And I'm concerned that if we set a minimum, and let's say there's a person that owns a cheap one-bedroom apartment, they have a titled parking spot and a titled storage unit, suddenly their tax bill is going up $200 a year for property that is more or less worthless. It might turn into quite a large tax increase for these people, and they may not be able to afford it. So I'm a little bit worried about that, and I'm just expressing that concern and making sure people are aware of it.
Councillor Stindy.
My question is, first on process, when we are voting on this second reading, are we including the minimum tax amount? Or are we just referring to the calculations of the mill rates? I thought that if we're doing any minimum tax, that would be a separate motion.
Mr. Moore or Ms. Phillips?
Yeah, it's through the chair, it's a good point. So I think, yeah, to be clear, maybe we should have, I guess that included in the motion to include a minimum tax, if council so wishes.
I was just going to point out, I'm questioning how we want to word the motion, because the attached bylaw has it in there, so it might be better to say to remove it. I'm thinking, just because oh no, this is second reading, correct? Mm-hmm. Sorry. So I'm thinking because this was in the first reading and it's in the written bylaw, we actually might want to, if you want to remove it, to actually amend it before third reading. Okay. That makes sense? If that's what council would like to do.
Sure. Councillor Iwanicki, and then I'll go to Bilodeau.
I was literally just going to say, if everyone's on board with me doing an amended motion, and then it's friendly, and we can just do it now.
Let's hear Councillor Bilodeau's question, and then we'll hop right to you.
Mine's specific. So talking about the minimum property tax and the concern for, you know, now taxing parking spaces and small things. I don't think we're after the small things, but I do see a lot of manufactured homes that potentially are paying next to nothing. And as a town taxpayer, I'm thinking, why do they get off easy? So could we not exclude parking spaces and so on? But if it's a home, it should be taxed at a minimum of something. Because for every home you have the fees. I mean, you have the fees attached to parking spaces, but I don't think that's the market we want to be going after. But if you own a home and you just happen to have, you know, a very minimum fee, a lesser amount, but I think we should have minimum fees attached to every home. I guess that's my point, is that could we segregate that portion? Like, is that something we're even able to do?
Mr. Moore.
Through the chair, good question. I don't know if we can get that specific, or, you know, perhaps we'd have to do some more research and consider creating a separate tax class and splitting out certain properties and putting them in that class. That might be the way to go, but that would require some more research.
So I wonder, could we potentially remove that for now and have that portion come back, but then we could still go forward with the rest?
I'm looking at CAO Phillips there.
We need to have the tax rate bylaw approved this month, like today, right? By the end of April?
Well, yes, essentially that would be, we're kind of.
So I would recommend, if you're on the fence, remove it, but you could direct us to bring back further information. It might be a good idea to consider that for next year, though. Sure. Because by May 1st, I think it has to be.
Yeah, well, tax notices go out in about 3 weeks, so, yeah.
So if you're uncertain, I think give us direction to bring back other options, looking into the separate tax class, but to defer, I would recommend we defer that to next year.
Sure. Councillor Stindy has a thought?
I like those thoughts being said, but I'm just thinking in the report, because the motion refers to the report for 2026, administration is proposing as an option for council to consider. So we're not considering it. But to be super clear, we could make an amendment that I think someone is suggesting to us.
Sure.
So I support the amendment just to be super clear, but the report is clear.
Sure. Councillor Iwanicki, would you like to make that just for clarity?
Yeah, so I would amend my motion then to now read that council gives second reading to bylaw 1949-2026, establishing the 2026 property tax rate as outlined in AIR 1382 as amended to 83 as amended to exclude the minimum property tax rate, if that works.
That sounds great. We have that motion amended. Do we want further discussion on that? Councillor Ostindi.
Debating it in favor of the amendment, and I think we need to look at specifically the idea that what I think everybody else is sensing too, I don't want to be a taxpayer in the town paying taxes on my home, call it, maybe it's shared in a condo fee, etc., and then have a $100 tax bill on a parking spot. We want that to be gone. However, I am supportive of a minimum tax roll for a property more than a parking lot, parking spot, because even if we have a tiny postage spot here in this town, we access democratic rights, service rights, all sorts of rights from just being in this town. So there is some minimum cost to that and rights that go with it. So I can argue with it on that, but I definitely think we need a year to pull this off.
Sure. So if there's no further objection to that, what I will ask just in terms of process, we'll vote on that motion to move this forward. Then we'll do a motion to extend, then we'll look for a motion for third reading, and then if someone would like to put forward another motion just directing administration, because I believe we can do that within this, it's adjacent enough to explore some options and bring that back to us far in advance of next year's tax time. All right, final comment on the motion that's on the floor? Great, by the amended motion by Councillor Iwanicki. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Would someone like to put forward a motion to extend for another hour? Councillor Iwanicki? He had more of an arm movement.
I was aggressively raising my hand.
I'm sorry.
Good Lord. I move to extend the time past 8 p.m.
Excellent. All those in favor and opposed? Would someone like to put forward a motion for third reading? Thank you, Tim. Councilor Mertz? Really appreciated your extension there.
I make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw 1949-2026, establishing the 2026 property tax rate as outlined in AIR 1383 with the amendment of removing the municipal property tax amount. Sure. Yeah.
I think we got there. Great. Further comment, council? All those in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Would someone like to put forward a new motion? Great, thank you, Councilor Awanicki.
I move that council directs administration to review the minimum tax rate and class to provide guidance on how to implement that for living
Can I give a
residents.
suggestion that we request administration bring back an information report on, would that get us there? And then we can provide direction from there?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, leave it a little more ambiguous.
Ms. Phillips?
Prior to the 2027 tax, so that
Yeah.
And I would say ideally, I'd love for this to be a part of the budget conversation. So by fall, if that's when or in the fall, if we're looking to talk budget in December.
let's make that the motion then, to be discussed at the budget deliberations for 2027.
That makes sense. Then we get to look at the numbers anyway.
Yeah, that sounds great. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion, council? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Council, we've still got some work to do here, so let's take another recess and then we can come back in and finish up. Thank you. And we'll come back together for 2025 operating and capital carryover projects. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Hanson. Yeah, this report just looking really just an update for council. This was requested by council to provide some more information on the carryover projects from 2025 that were carried forward into 2026 budget and included in the budget. Of course, council has approved the carryovers already, but we wanted to, or the request was to provide some additional information as to the reasons for those carryovers. So we've circulated this through the departments, and you can see the comments. So hopefully that satisfies or meets your expectations. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Sure, we'll start with those. Councillor Bilodeau.
I don't know, is it technologically possible that the spreadsheets, when they're sideways, they can be turned so we can read them? Well, I tried that, and then my mouse wouldn't work. And I tried that, but then I couldn't get my mouse to work. Anyways, we have to look at it like this, and it was a little awkward. Just, I don't know if that's something we can figure out for the future.
Thank you.
I don't disagree.
I will say we were riding without administrative support last week because they were all getting wiser. And the fact that this is the only major glitch in our agenda package, I think it was nailed without your help.
Did you notice, though, that Mr. Moore used an 8 font on the first page, but a number 6 font on the second page?
Mr. Moore spent a lot of time on this, and it's still poor quality.
It's a beautiful spreadsheet. It's a
I need
beautiful
help.
spreadsheet.
I need
All
help.
right.
I apologize for the 8 fonts. I won't make that mistake again.
Councillor Ostindi, are you looking to add to the heckles?
No. Just a question that might have to come back later because I know Public Works folks aren't in the room. Just the items on the second page with reference to the new water and well connection and the additional raw water supply wells and mains, those two carryovers. I'd like to get because my question is are we talking 1 well connection? Because I believed we were making 3 well connections. But maybe Public Works can give us a summary of the state of the progress specifically to do with well connections and the search for wells. That would be appreciated. Everything looks fine to me here on this spreadsheet, other than it's small.
Through the chair, yeah, we'll get those answers for you and get them back to council.
One I just want to comment or ask a question around, it's around the electrical upgrades to the pier, because that date is later than I anticipated, and I know there's some events taking place there over the summer that probably would have been made easier with those electrical upgrades. Why are we missing another summer season, I guess?
Good question. Mr. Lebsack, want to step up to the mic?
I should know the answer to this, but I'll have to check with Kyle. My understanding is that everything that's required for the special events that are going on down there, like the additional panel that we put in, and some of the stuff that's close to either the Sylvan Lake sign or the beach volleyball course has been done already. It's just some additional locations that we need for the Winter Village. Okay. But I will clarify that and get an answer back to you.
Appreciate that. I saw later in the agenda, we do have some event approvals with the hip hop studio and others down there. So that's really specifically what my question's around. Thank you. Any other questions, council? All right, would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Ostindi, I'm happy to see a hand from this side of the room. I have to acknowledge it.
Yeah. I move that council accept the 2025 operating and capital carryover projects update as information as outlined in AIR 1391.
Excellent. And we'll open it up for any further debate, council. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Ms. Devlin, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Services.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of this report is to provide information to council on the Regional Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, which I will refer to as SDAB from now on, because that's a mouthful, and options for SDAB services moving forward. So in October of 2024, the town entered into an agreement for regional intermunicipal SDAB services administered by Parkland Community Planning Services. And prior to this, the town had its own SDAB board that we oversaw through legislative services. In March of this year, however, we received notification that PCPS was closing its doors and would no longer be providing those services. And since that time, conversations with impacted municipalities have occurred trying to find options to address service gaps. Red Deer County did offer to provide some services or expressed interest in providing services to gauge interest from communities that might be impacted on a short-term basis. And on April 20th, we received formal notification that Red Deer County was going to offer SDAB services for impacted municipalities that were interested. So this offer is on a trial basis over the next year to see how this goes and how many municipalities are interested, but the potential to continue if it's working well. So municipalities that would like to utilize their SDAB services will be required to enter into an agreement, pay a $500 annual fee, and pass a bylaw authorizing the use of their services intermunicipally. Any appeal hearings will also be on a cost recovery basis, so we'll have to pay for those if we had any on an individual basis, and could include legal fees, venue fees, costs for remuneration for the board members' time as well as clerk time. Council could also consider reestablishing a Town of Sylvan Lake SDAB. However, this will take some time because all members need to be formally trained, as well as having a clerk in-house that's trained. So if this is an option Council would like to see administration look at, we recommend that we bring back a report exploring that option closer to the time frame when we would be looking at establishing boards and committees, so we're prepared for that. So given the urgent nature of ensuring we have an SDAB in place to hear appeals, administration respectfully recommends that Council direct administration to enter into an agreement with Red Deer County for the provision of subdivision and development appeal board services and proceed with bringing back an SDAB bylaw for Council consideration.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Payne, sorry.
You never look left, or right, right? You never look right.
I had been. I'm deep in concentration on this.
Kim, how many SDAB panels have come up in the last couple of years?
Through the chair to Councillor Payne, we've had 2 appeals each year for the last 3 years because Red Deer County did ask us for that information from many interested municipalities, so we did look into that 2 a year.
Any additional questions? What is the makeup of their SDAB for Red Deer County? Like, is it their councillors? Do they have an application process? Is it, tell me more.
Based on what's on their website, they have, I believe it's 5 members that sit on their board. So they have a larger board than what we had. We had 3 members. And I'm not sure of the makeup, if it's a mix of councillors and volunteers. I would suspect that it is, because they would hear their own appeals, therefore they wouldn't be able to have all of their own council members sit on that, because their MPC is made up of all council members in the county.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy.
Is the intent from Red Deer County that they would be trying this for a period of time? And is that, I'm reading that right?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ostindi, they are going to offer the services on a trial basis. So they said for 1 year, they're going to see how the model works, how many appeals they receive, how many resources they actually need, depending on how many municipalities take them up on their offer for services.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Would someone like to put a motion on the floor? Councillor Ostindi, thank you.
I move that. I turned it off, I think. I move that council directs administration to enter into an agreement with Red Deer County for the provision of subdivision and development appeal board services and bring back an updated subdivision and development appeal board services bylaw as presented in AIR 1396.
Excellent.
I can speak to it.
Go ahead.
Speaking in favor, I would like to see, though, if we can pull this off for the long run, that we make at least our intentions known in the short term, that if it all does work out for Red Deer County, this new relationship with us and possibly other municipalities, that we also advocate for citizens of other municipalities to be in this process, because we want people from different backgrounds, places that they live, to be making judgment on appeals, and urban, rural mix, ultimately. But having sat on SDAB more than once, having gone through the training twice, I think it's very important that we have a group of people that do it more frequently than what we were doing it. And to get good at it and to be good at it, we need to have people who do it more frequently. So the regional model, I think, is way better. And for that reason, I support it.
Councillor Martins, and then I'll jump to myself.
Yeah, I'll echo Councillor Stindy's comments, taking training twice, being a part of the SDAB board, and the limited exposure. We have enough limited exposure on MPC, let alone SDAB. And so, yeah, something I would support and move forward with for sure.
We're all in agreement, but I'll just add the echo. I saw such a difference when we moved out of house for SDAB. The decisions all of a sudden weren't quite as emotional. They were really based on the facts of what was in the application, and I think there's a real pro to pulling it out of, directly out of your community. You don't have that same level of objectivity when we're making that ruling on our own. And when it's some that half of council was a part of the rule and then the other half is part of the SDAB, there is a bit of a conflict or a bias that can come from there. And I saw that change substantially. Our SDAB decisions they seem to be upheld more in the few that we saw, and just frequency, it makes sense. So very much support this. Any additional comments? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move along to correspondence and information items. Council, do you have any questions? I have a couple. One is around the community services meeting minutes. There's a Canadian Mental Health grant. It's also mentioned in the CAO report. And it just says it's a Canadian Mental Health Grant. I guess I'm looking for more information in the future, whether it's through the CAO report or the minutes. What are they doing? You know, even just a one line of what this does for our community, because it only says the name of who it was awarded to. So I'm not sure if you have that information or if it could just be provided. I made assumptions around the Drop It Studios and the other ones that were approved, but would just like to see as a standard. I'd like to know what we're getting for it. Ms. Colcat.
So I can speak to the RCT micro grant for the mental health application that came forward. So they're looking at doing a number of different activations within the community. So some of that would be some arts or some crafts activities with some programming within facilities and outside of facilities. So that group was hoping, I think, to get started a little bit earlier. And by the time that their application came through and it went to the committee, there was a couple weeks delay in that process. And when they put in their application, they put the dates really early from the date they applied to when they were wanting to start. So I anticipate it'll go off a little bit longer. They were looking at starting, I want to say it was in April, but they submitted end of March or something like that. So it'll be looking at going more into the summertime and with some different types of programming. We don't have all those details. Once we have that, we can let council know that.
Sure. Any additional, Councillor Cindy?
I remember about 3 years ago asking about Signet Lake Drainage District. There was a surprise check in the mail, you might say, going out to them. I just would like to get more information on our membership status and their legal right to invoice us. and the benefits and responsibilities. It's kind of like this vacuum group out there. It was interesting to see minutes from them. So I really appreciate that we actually had minutes. And I see they hope for more water as well from their minutes. And I thought, hey, we got something in common. But I really would like to understand, do we have a right to sit on that committee, to have voice there, or to participate in what this drainage district idea? And I know it's a very, from my little bit of reading I did, it goes back a long ways. And it looked like they were also looking for their papers. So it seems like we have no records, so maybe we need to ask them.
Yeah, I'd love more information back. I'll also note that there was a bit of an invite to their meeting, but we didn't get it until after that date. So just the importance of getting information to council in a timely manner when it's got some date sensitivity, because I felt bad that no one was able to either respond or show up, because we found out about it after the event took place. Now, they didn't give us a ton of notice, but still just being mindful when there's a date on there, it could be circulated by email. Ms. Phillips.
I can speak briefly to the agreement because I had the same questions of, we have an agreement, what is it, what is it? It will automatically renew annually if we take no action. Environmental Services has said they do feel that we get good, it's a good agreement for us. So we've not taken any steps at this date to update the agreement. The agreement was developed when the town was discharging wastewater into the system, which is no longer the case. And our current involvement is limited to stormwater conveyance only. The annual contribution is modest when adjusted for inflation, and she feels that the cost is fair. However, it does not reflect current operations or roles accurately. So I do believe it needs to be updated. It could cost us more, but she does agree that it needs to be updated, and there's some clauses in there that she wants to review. So, and a shorter review time of every 5 years, not 30. So we are, we've acknowledged that we need to look at this further. And we do have the lease agreement, so there's no paper law. We do have it. They did get me all the information, so.
So supplemental, could that be shared with council, that lease agreement, the old one, call it? And thank you.
Wonderful. Any additional on there? Seeing none, we'll move to the CAO report.
Sorry, this is hard not having all my papers printed. Do you want a really high-end summary, being that it's getting so late? Because I kind of have both here, so.
We did have the opportunity to review it.
Or I can just say, you have the CAO report, if you want to ask it, like, and I mean, we could honestly switch to that every week. I feel sometimes silly that I'm rereading something that you have in front of you that you've already read. So I can just say, if you have any comments or questions, you've obviously read it, I've heard references to it. So I'm also comfortable with that, just to say, are there any questions or need for clarification on the CAO report?
Council, how do we feel about that? And do we have any questions then? All right. Thank you then.
You're welcome.
Great report. Next, we'll move along to council request for information and updates. Council, do we have anything there? Councilor Stindy?
One quick one. I had comments from citizen this year, and I've had it multiple times in the past, about tree work in our green spaces. They're wondering, is the town doing that work, or is someone just going out there and cutting trees on public land? And so I know there was recent work done by someone in 60 West and by the Steffi Waima trails, and I know there is, and I would justify it in my own mind, urban forest work that needs to be done, so I suspect it is the town, but I couldn't answer the question. I thought that might be something that's worth communicating, and people also know that, you know, we're not cutting trees down in nesting seasons, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Levsack, thank you.
Again, I don't have all the specifics of the details, but I will get them for you. I'm going to suggest that hopefully, and probably at least 95% of the work is being done by us, but I will get you the details and get that information back to you.
Excellent, thank you. I do have one quick note as scooter season comes back before us, and just thinking of some of the challenges we had last year, the Neuron scooters, I'm hoping that a reminder can be communicated to them that they cannot be stored on crosswalks. Last year, that seemed to be some of the popular places at Lakeshore Drive, right at the crosswalks, and it's not a great spot for them. Councillor Bilodeau.
So are we bringing, because we, again, committee of the whole, a while back, we brought up e-bikes, e-scooters and all that. Is that coming back around for us to discuss?
Next meeting. Community standards, correct? Or traffic? Traffic, they're both coming next week, I believe, so yes.
That's great, thank you. Okay, we'll move along to notice of motion for review. Councillor Avanicki.
It's there. It's there. You have it. I don't know. Do you want me to read it out loud or?
I would say the same. We all have a copy of it. So as a reminder of our process, this is the first time it is presented and we will discuss it in a couple of weeks. And with that, would someone like to move us into closed for our quarterly report? Councillor Mearns.
I make a motion the council move to a closed meeting, discuss privileged information, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to section 32(1)A of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024, CA-1.4, and section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, CM26.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Who would like to, Councillor Johansson?
I move that closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Well done. That was a marathon, but appreciate all the great conversation. Have a great night.